front. Girl, I'm so proud of you. You kept it together, girl, after all that shit you've been through. Look at you now, good job at the graduate school. If nobody noticed the work you put in, shout it, just know that I do. No shit was unexpected, but it made you better. Girl, ain't no time to cry about what you could have done better. Nobody's perfect, but you never quit. I want you to own that shit. I see you working, now you own your shit. Baby, you deserve it now. I got you if you promise you got me. Girl, you worth being honest to bring out the best in you. You gotta know you're all I want. Oh no, pull up on you to let you know. Baby, you're a blessing. You just gotta know your value. You ain't gotta question, cause I'm gonna always be about it. I know that you're capable and you don't need a man. I'm not trying to take the credit, just let me enhance. Baby, let me add to you. Baby, let me add to you. I just wanna add to you, add to you, add to you. I'm trying to give you game. Baby, don't you miss this message, cause you're tired of pain. You're not an option, girl, I know you think we're all the same. And baby, don't you know that love is something you can't explain? Oh no, talking about going without for you. Pull up and vouch for you. Just hit my phone, right or you wrong, you know I'ma ride for you. Girl, I don't want nothing from you, just want your love, baby, that'll do. Oh baby, I got you if you promise you got me. Girl, you worth being honest to bring out the best in you. You gotta know you're all I want. You're all I want, baby. Pull up on you to let you know. Baby, you're a blessing. You just gotta know your value. You ain't gotta question, cause I'm gonna always be about it. I know that you're capable and you don't need a man. I'm not trying to take the credit, just let me enhance. Baby, let me add to you. Oh baby, baby, let me add to you. I just wanna add to you, add to you, add to you, yeah. Cause I don't want nothing from you, just add to you, add to you. Girl, let me add to you, add to you now. Girl, I'm so proud of you. You kept it together, girl, after all that shit you've been through. Look at you now, good job at the graduate school. If nobody noticed the work you put in, shout it, just know that I do. No shit was unexpected, but it made you better. Girl, ain't no time to cry about what you could have done better. Nobody's perfect, but you never quit. I want you to own that shit. I see you working, now you own your shit. Baby, you deserve it now. I got you if you promise you got me. Girl, you worth being honest to bring out the best in you. You gotta know you're all I want. Oh no, pull up on you to let you know. Baby, you're a blessing. You just gotta know your value. You ain't gotta question, cause I'm gonna always be about it. I know that you're capable and you don't need a man. I'm not trying to take the credit, just let me enhance. Baby, let me add to you. Baby, let me add to you. I just wanna add to you, add to you, add to you. I'm trying to give you game. Baby, don't you miss this message, cause you're tired of pain. You're not an option, girl, I know you think we're all the same. And baby, don't you know that love is something you can't explain? Oh no, talking about going without for you. Pull up and vouch for you. Just hit my phone, right or you wrong, you know I'ma ride for you. Girl, I don't want nothing from you, just want your love, baby, that'll do. Oh, baby, I got you. If you promise you got me, girl, you worth being honest to. Bring out the best in you. You gotta know, you're all I want. You're all I want, baby. Pull up on you to let you know, baby, you're a blessing. You just gotta know your value. You ain't gotta question, 'cause I'm gonna always be about it. I know that you're capable and you don't need a man. I'm not trying to take the credit, just let me enhance. Baby, let me add to you. Oh, baby, baby, let me add to you. I just wanna add to you, add to you, add to you, yeah. 'Cause I don't want nothing from you, just add to you, add to you. Girl, let me add to you, add to you now.
Good afternoon. Let's do a mic check. Who with me? Let me get this thing right. I almost forgot how to turn everything on. Can we do a mic check? Make sure that I'm good. Mic check 1, mic check 2. Back me up some, camera. Back me up some. Back me up. Back me up, camera. Let's make sure we good. Are we good? Can you guys hear me? Testing 1 2 1 2. Is the camera good? Are we okay? Let me know. Come on, Donna. Let me know if we good over here. Donna is my sound crew. Mike sounds nice. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate it. Short show. I know I just got here, but short. I was actually on the phone. When I take out a couple days. Thank you, David Herring. Said, how was your anniversary? I thought he said happy anniversary. It was great. I'll go over it a little bit. You guys probably don't want to hear about that. Thank you. He said crystal clear. Thank you, DH. Preston Smith says YouTube is good. Thank you. Dominique says it's good. Darnell said you good. Let's see who else said that. Okay. Kim Moore Everhart said good. Mama Birch says all A1. All is A1. Thank you. I won't be here very long. Well, you know what? Let's see how it play out. I'm waiting for a couple of emails, maybe a message to come through. We'll see how this thing lasts. I don't have anything on my list to talk about specifically, unless you have something. If you have something in here you want to talk about, let me know. I'll try to get to it. My thing is my weekend was very long. It was a long weekend. And I know here we are in Wednesday, and I'm just now talking about the weekend. My weekend ended yesterday morning. Okay, it was an anniversary, my wedding anniversary, all that, and went to Chicago, did some things in Chicago. Ate unbelievable. I probably picked up about, realistically, between drinking and eating. I don't drink alcohol, but drinking, having like orange juice every day and juices. I was eating a lot of fruit punch juices, drinking a lot of fruit punch juices and things of that nature. I probably picked up about 6 pounds. I've picked up about 6 pounds. Let me see if I can drop this down a little bit. Makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. There we are. Picked up about 6 pounds. I ain't gonna lie. I had steak every day. I ate steak every day. Whether it was a T-bone, whether it was a porter steak, whether it was a New York strip, I had steak every day. Whenever it was on the menu, damn it, I had it. If it was lunchtime and they had a steak special, steak and whatever, damn it, I took it. Give me the steak. Got to the point where I would walk into the restaurant. We went to a couple different ones, but we went to the same one a few times. Mr. Wyatt, steak, you know how I like it. One of my favorite restaurants, if I may share this with everyone, if you've never been to Chicago, please try, let me get this camera right. Try Ocean Prime. I recommend Ocean Prime to anyone that goes to Chicago for the weekend, for the week, or if you're there just for one business trip. If you go to Chicago for any reason at all, you have to stop downtown and eat at the Ocean Prime. My God, I am going to miss that place. And let me tell you why. It's not that they have, the food is amazing. I don't want to discredit anything that the food, that they have for the food. I'm not discrediting any of that. But I'm going to tell you what I love the most. You guys know I like to eat sweet foods. I'm a sweet eater. Like, I don't like foods that have a whole lot of different zanginess and, all these different spices and all of that. I like sweet everything. If I eat hot wings or something of that nature, I want sweet sauce or some type of sweet. I love sweets, I don't know. I was a candy head growing up. Y'all know I'm a junkie. I used to be a junkie. I used to love sweets, just candy. But when it comes to like salad dressings, I don't like zangy dressings. I like sweet dressings, like French. I like California French. That's a very sweet, ranch, not ranch, pardon me, French dressing. California French is very sweet. I love those. Well, I get to Ocean Prime, and you know, I love to eat salads. I love salads the old-fashioned way. I like them with a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I love like sliced up eggs. You know what I mean? Like boiled eggs in my salad. I love that. So I asked my waiter, um, can I get the French dressing? Do you have a French? And the waiter was like, "No, we don't have French." Now, this was on the first trip I've ever been to Ocean Prime. Okay, this is not this weekend. It was once, a long time ago. And they said they do not have a French dressing at Ocean Prime. However, the waiter went back and said, "Give me a second." Went back to talk to the chef, and the chef prepared a special French dressing, a house dressing, made up a French dressing that I swear on everything I love, this man him or she. Well, I don't know if it was the chef or the co-chef. I don't know who made it. It was the chef, okay? Whoever made that French dressing from scratch needs to bottle that up and sell it. I'll be the first investor. I would be the first investor in this French dressing. I don't know what was. I've never seen a French dressing that looked like that. It looked like an Italian, like it was like clear. It had no color. It was like a clear Italian looking type of a dressing, but it was French. I have never tasted a French dressing like that in my life. So every time we go to Chicago, I always make it my business to go to Ocean Prime because the same chef is there. And I always ask if they can make my French. Now, this time, now he won't spill the beans on how to make the dressing or anything. But this time, I paid him a little bit extra. I talked to the manager. I wanted to ask the manager if I can speak, if I could speak directly to the chef. They don't really allow that. They'll allow you to send a note. They'll allow you to send a thank you card, but they don't let you speak to the chef. Now, the chef won't come out. Chef will come out if it's a problem, okay? But I didn't have no problem. They handle all their stuff internally. So I pretty much begged to see the chef. Now, wasn't that happening? I don't care how much money you spending. They just not gonna. The chef must have tattoos all over the place. He just probably don't look more. He don't look probably Ocean Prime-ish. You know what I mean? But so I begged the manager to allow me to purchase. Now it's been a long time that I've begged somebody to allow me to purchase something from them, and I left it upstairs. I purchased some of the sauce. They made me some French sauce. It took him probably an hour to get it done. So I went back over to Ocean Prime. We stayed down the street from Ocean Prime, and he made me a special bottle of Ocean Prime, and I was willing to give him the money for it. And they just, they let me have it. We ate there 3 nights in a row. So we spent enough money in there. They gave me a courtesy bottle of Ocean Prime House French, if you want to call it House French. It's amazing. It's the best French dressing I've ever seen or I've ever tasted in my life. I've never seen a French dressing like that. I've never in my life seen a French dressing like that. It is definitely a place to visit. If you ever go to Chicago, make sure you guys go to Ocean Prime. And I don't think there's a bad seat in the house. Unless you don't want to see outside, they have a section that's just like an entertainment section, sort of like a bar up against, far right wall. And you can just sit back there and y'all can talk and do whatever you want to do, drink wine and have a good time. And, that's not facing the outside. But all of the other seating, whether it's right against the wall facing outside are in the center. You can still see outside. It's the best 4-star I've ever had. It's not a 5-star restaurant. It probably could be. I don't think it classifies as a 5-star. I don't know. I don't know why it's not a 5. I guess maybe because of the menus, the selection. I don't know. I don't know what makes it a 5-star. If it's graded 4-star because of its, I really don't know. It should be a 5-star. Should they charge like a 5-star? I'll be honest. It should be a 5-star restaurant. Really, really, really. I can't stop talking about Ocean Prime. It's amazing. Now I know they have other Ocean Primes across the country. I'm aware of that. But the one in Chicago has been the one that I've probably favored the most. Um, I guess because of the setting, where it is. And of course, that's where they hooked me onto the salad dressing. All right. So I appreciate all the people who reached out and said happy anniversary to me and the missus and all of that. I want to thank you all for, coming in and paying your respects and all of that. We had an amazing time. I'm going to dedicate this show right here to my wife, to my lovely wife. She doesn't watch the show. And the reason why I'm gonna dedicate this one to her is because, and this better be a good show. I don't have anything written down. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about, but I'm gonna do the best I can. Um, I'm dedicating it to her because of this. She doesn't like the show. She doesn't like me doing this show. I've said it several times. She doesn't like me on the cameras doing the show and all of that stuff. Um, I know why. I know the reasons why, and I actually understand why. But for some odd reason, it's in my blood to do it. I've started doing it, and it is what it is. That's why I'm dedicating it to her. It's not a smack in the face for those that might think, "Oh, you tripping." No, it's because, um, to be honest with you, if she ever told me, "You got to stop doing it. Just stop doing. Don't do it anymore, or I'm gonna be pissed or whatever," I probably would stop. Probably would quit. But she's so strong, and she's never asked me to stop. She's never asked me to stop doing the show. And I think the reason being is because she understands that I don't ask much. I don't really ask for much. I've always been um a giver. I don't really ask for much. So she's tolerated this for many, many years now. It's been 6 years. All right, and that's a long run. Um she knows that I've put the show over certain things in my life, over business. So she knows how committed and loyal I am to my business. So for me to put something, like, she probably in her mind, this is gonna be horrible to say. In her mind, she probably thinks I've put more into this podcast than I've put into her. I've never sacrificed business like I've sacrificed for this show. Like, I would never say, oh, like, there's been times where she would say, let's go to such and such and let's go do such and such. And I'd be like, well, you know what? Yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this. I want to do a show. There's something going on, and let's just go the day after or something. I would always say something like, well, I'm gonna do my 1 p.m. or whatever. And y'all know I used to do a 5 o'clock as well. 5 o'clock, it was not as brutal because my day was pretty much not over, but her day was over, and it allowed us to, you know, get together at during the day. Like, during the day, it was a lot easier for us to, have, communicate and do the things we do. Um, but at 1 o'clock, it interferes with my business. It interferes with my time, with my family, with my wife. And I don't know. I know it's been challenging for her. And I'll be honest with y'all. Y'all, please don't take this out of context because I don't need to be fighting for nothing. But I'm going to tell you another. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it out loud because I want everybody to understand that this is not out of hate or anything. This is because I understand. I think my wife kind of made me understand some things, like Emmanuel, my brother Emmanuel. You know what? I would probably think his wife. It's been a career for him, so she's probably used to it, but she probably don't like it either. She probably don't like it either. She probably don't like what comes with the criticisms and the things that that come, the things that people say about your husband, the things that all that type of stuff. I would, if I've met Emmanuel's wife, and she is amazing. She is unbelievably a sweetheart. She's like the nicest person in the world. But I wouldn't think. I mean, I know she don't play about her husband. You know what I'm saying? And when you hear things about your husband or your family or something like that, you be you on go mode. And if I knowing the personality that I've met, being super sweet like that, she probably just like my wife. She probably don't like the fact that he was a public figure, and that the criticisms that come with voicing your opinion. You get criticized for voicing your opinion, and some people who are not in this space of podcasting or radio and stuff like that, you really have to have thick skin to do this. If you don't have thick skin, you're not gonna make it. But here's the unfair truth. It's not me. It's not only me that has to have thick skin. It's our families. It's our wives. It's our children. They don't like it. They don't like it. There's nothing glamorous about it. It's not like it's paying. I didn't buy a boat off the show. It's not buying me a penthouse, and it's not doing that. So, when it's quite selfish to do a show and to have thick skin, but not take in consideration, does my family have thick skin? You feel what I'm saying to you? So I guess what I'm saying is, I want some people, um, okay, that was my wife texting me. I just want some people to understand why you might get a little bit of a flare out of me when I see you being difficult, or when you're tap dancing on my last nerve, or when you're doing some things. It's not because I have a problem with you disagreeing. It's not because I can't handle the criticism. It's the fact that some of us are already frustrated in the space we're in and what we're doing, and then you get people. It's almost like a comedian. Let's just use that as an example. To be a comedian and get up on stage, and you're giving free shows, and you're just entertaining people to make them laugh, and everybody in there is like in bankruptcy court. They're having a hard time in life or whatever, and you're trying to keep everybody in good spirits. And then in the comments or in the stands, you have these hecklers. You ain't funny. You're wrong. I mean, just hecklers. People that not necessarily like. If you don't have anything good to say or productive to say, you probably shouldn't say anything, because this person is volunteering their time to try to make everybody either teach them something or to make them feel good. And then you get the hecklers. You get the people that treat you like you're making $1 million. If I was getting Oprah money, nothing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The cushion would be F them. I wouldn't even care, because you're getting Oprah kind of money. Shit, I wouldn't even care. But when you're entertaining, or when you're doing what you're doing, and you're trying to do it for people, and you're doing it for free, it's a different situation. And then you got that frustration from your family, or your wife, or in some cases your husband, whatever it may be. Those folks just make it a little bit more difficult. Now, to be honest with you, I've learned that some people don't care. They don't care. They're good with that. That's the perfect world for them. They really enjoy making other people uncomfortable, and it's usually because they're miserable and uncomfortable themselves. I've never done that to anyone, so I don't really know how it feels. I don't know sorry about that, guys. I don't know the excitement in that. Oh shit, I'm starting to learn how to work this thing. I don't know the excitement in that, to be honest with you. So I don't get it. It puzzles me. It puzzles me. All right, let me move on, man. Like I said, I had a great time this weekend. The weekend ended for me yesterday. Thank you, Denise Davis. Thank you. I appreciate it. She said, shout out to all the little Wyatts. All of them. They all need it. All right. How was everybody's weekend? And then look, what are we, Wednesday now? Y'all gotta understand, bro. I don't keep up with days of the week. This is just a me thing. My life, my life. It doesn't matter if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Every one of my days are the same. I keep up with dates, the numeral dates. That's what's important to me. I have court dates on certain days. I have to know those numbers. I have certain meetings on certain days. I have to know that number. I don't keep up where if it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, or Friday. I have meetings on Sunday. I have meetings on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It doesn't matter. I have meetings 7 days a week. Okay, so it doesn't matter to me. I just work all the time. So for people to say, "Ooh, thank God it's Friday," I don't say that. When was the last time you ever heard me say, "Thank God it's Friday"? Now I may have, read a comment, "Oh, it's Friday Eve," or "Thank God it's Friday." You know what I mean? But I never say "Thank God it's Friday." I may read it, but hey, every day is the same for me. And if you're an entrepreneur, you know what I'm talking about. If you run a small business, you know what I'm talking about. If you're just getting started in a startup, you know what I'm talking about. There's no days off. There's no time off. There's no extra time. You only get, I look at it like this. We all get the same amount of time in a day. What are you going to do with it? We all get 24 hours a day. We can choose to split it up however we want to split it up. Some get 8 hours of sleep, some get 4 hours of sleep, some get 6 hours of sleep. I generally get about 6.5 hours of sleep each day, maybe 7 on the weekends. But that's just me. My body has adjusted to it. It is what it is. I'm used to being on the phones by 8 a.m. every day. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm on the phones every day, 8 a.m. That's during the week. During the weekends, by 10 o'clock, I'm usually on the phones. And that's just my workload. A lot of people don't understand that grind. They see the shine, but they don't see the grind. They don't understand that you have to put that type of work in to one day be able to do what you want to do. Now, where I failed, like my wife told me over the weekend, Wyatt, you have failed. Said, Rand, you have failed. You have actually failed. You work this hard, so you don't have to work so hard. And I'm like, it's not work anymore. I don't see, I call it work, but it's not work for me anymore. I don't, it's not work for me. It's fun. Okay. My job of running my companies is exciting and fun for me. Whether it's a good situation or a bad situation, it's fun. So I remember being told by Mr. Stinson in the 6th grade, you have to prepare yourself, Mr. Wyatt. This was at CCA, Cincinnati, Ohio. It was Cincinnati Community Academy, all Black private school in Madisonville. I remember Mr. Stinson told me, you got to prepare yourself to be able to put yourself in a position where you're not working every day, that your work is fun. What do you like to do? What would you want to do for the rest of your life? We don't really get asked that question at a young age, especially as being males from where I'm from. Everybody wants to be Michael Jordan. Everybody want to be Charles Barkley or Shaquille O'Neal or Dr. J or some old shit or LeBron James. You ask these kids what they want to be, and it's always something that 1% of the population can be. Everybody wants to be a star. We got to have people in our lives that are making more realistic goals around us. We have, yeah, sure, you could be Michael Jordan. Okay, but if Michael Jordan don't work out for you, what are you gonna be? You know what I'm saying? Like what's your second? What's your second craving in life to be? What would do you want to be a lawyer? Do you want to be a doctor? What is it that you watch on TV that you think would be exciting? And we got to challenge our children to be that. We have to put our children. As soon as my daughter told me she wanted to be a dentist, shit, We got her everything. I mean, this was at a younger age. Soon as she told us she wanted to be a dentist, my oldest wanted to be a dentist. My wife and I bought everything that Christmas that they made that was dental hygiene, kid shit, toys. We bought her a whole damn head with the teeth, and you can open it and close it and do all this old crazy shit. You can floss it, you can pull the teeth, you could do. She had the whole damn etch a sketch, everything that was in the dentistry field. I wanted to soak her with it. Like, hey, well, shit, play with it. You know what I mean? Here, get if this is what you like to do, I want to draw your attention into all of this. You know what I'm saying? I got her the fake needles and the fake everything. And you want to make them excited about the things that they like. Keep them excited. Because I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done if my daughter, either one of them, would have said, I want to be a rapper. I'd have lost my motherfucking mind. I'd have lost my mind because I don't see a rapper today that they would be able to say, I want to be like her. I don't see a rapper that I will. Now, I'm not talking about my generation. If my daughter said, I want to be like Queen Latifah, I guess I can understand that. I guess I can understand that. If she said she wanted to be MC Light, I guess I can understand that. Now, I draw the line at Little Kim, damn it. You can't be no damn Little Kim. But if she wanted to be somebody like Queen Latifah, who had all these different businesses and all, captured hip hop and opened her own G Unit, not G Unit, but what was her company? Not G Unit, but Flavor Unit. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this thing going the right way. There it is. I think I got it, y'all. I think I got the camera stint. G Unit, not G Unit, damn it. Flavor Unit. Yeah, I could see I could see that because Latifah was a pioneer. She did her music thing and then she ran her own recording company and all that. Yeah, Mama Birch, she over here playing games, something about Sexy Red. Yeah, that's exactly who I wouldn't want her to be. More so, I'd die if she wanted to be Sexy Red, and I would die if she wanted to be Jenny said was Flavor Entertainment. That's about right. That's about right. I was guessing it. Flavor Unit was her thing, though. Flavor Unit was she brought out OPP people. What was OPP guys? You know what I mean? She brought them out, Tretch and all them guys from Naughty by Nature. That's who it was. And she had other things. Then she got into the music. I mean, excuse me. Then she got into the movie business and television. Living Single had her. She got a lot of credit on that. A lot of executive producer credits on that. Latifah was pretty strong in the entertainment field. She probably still is. She probably still get quite a bit of residual checks off of those shows, I would think. As long as she hadn't sold her book of business. But that all being said, yeah, I would kill myself if my daughters woke up one day and said they wanted to be rappers. I'd say I failed as a father. Okay. I'm not suggesting they don't like rap music. I'm not suggesting that they don't even know some of the lyrics, but they don't have a pad and a pen and talking about I need $200 for some damn studio time. No, I don't. No, they not that. You feel me? And thank God they weren't, because I couldn't imagine what they would be talking about today. Especially Cardi B. I know some of y'all think Cardi B something special. I know she hit the Cincinnati area over the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I mean, it take a certain person. I'm gonna just say it because nobody else will. It take a certain person to go see some shit like that with her fake ass hanging all out. I don't. It's funny how women always want to act like y'all want to be queens and act a certain way, and then this comes out and she's everything but a queen. And I say it, and I'm not gonna stand on my circle. Y'all can call me attacking women or whatever, but she is part of the reason of why women get disrespected. She's part of the reason. She really just a jump off. And I don't know why people would not see her as being I don't even like it being said that she represents the Black community. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm sorry. It's just, she just epitomizes the reason why a lot of women are sexualized. She's the reason why a lot of little girls want to be a certain kind of way. And it's sad because she's rewarded financially for being such a cancer to our community. I'm sorry. I could say the same thing about some male rappers, but y'all tend to get mad when I start talking about the rap game and how it influenced our people, and it has not done anything but enrich the people that own the studios and own the record labels, and we don't own any of that. And they take one plum and they prosper from that one plum. And we sit back and we watch that music terrorize our community and turn our kids, turn our grown-ups who turn grown up, turn our little girls into wax strippers, turn our little boys into wax thugs. And it just flooded into our communities, and it made it cool. And I don't have any respect for it. I don't have any respect for it. I'm sorry. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't like certain beats. It don't mean that I don't like certain music. Um, it's just that when you start selling stories that are make believe, and then people buy into it as if it's a cool lifestyle. Y'all know Cardi B sells music that talks about the same thing that some of y'all get on Bill Cosby about. It was an allegation that Bill Cosby did this stuff. Cardi B admits in her music that she was the type of girl that would go to a room and drug a dude and steal his jewelry and his money and leave him ass naked in a hotel room. Now, she didn't rape him, but she drug him and took his money and his jewelry. I mean, I don't, and then you got, y'all get upset if you want to. Politicians use those people for the influence. It says a lot. It says a lot when you use certain people and you don't even investigate them. You don't know what they stand for because it don't matter to you. You don't care what they stand for. You don't care what they talk about. You only care about how they can move the needle for you. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad. It's sad. And I take it a little personal. I think it's kind of my wife and I were talking about it this weekend. I think it's really it's degrading to black folks. I mean, to me, it's very degrading to us. And for some odd reason, we get the stigma of being that way, all of us. And I don't think anybody on this platform right here is like that. Nah, a couple of you are. I keep that to myself. But for the most part, 98% of us on this platform, we don't live like that. And everything that you see that's going on these streets, I haven't heard anything. Nobody sent me anything about all the shootings that's gone on in the city of Cincinnati in the last 3 or 4 days. Some of it the majority of it hasn't even made the news. And if it does make the news, it's really just to let you know it happened, and they'd be like, oh, pass the salt. They go on to the next. It's a 10-second. Hey, on Lynn Street, such and such was shot. Police said they have no suspects. And then they go, well, Thursday's opening day in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? And then you got your parrots, your talking heads that try to convince everybody that it's not really a problem, that it's the man trying to convince everybody that we have, like, this is just like not a problem in our community. Here's the thing. I don't understand why people who call themselves leaders or spokespeople of our community won't step up and tell the truth about something that's really hurting our community more than anything. They'll talk about something that they have absolutely no proof of happening, just an idea of why something didn't happen for somebody. They'll talk about somebody holding somebody down. They'll talk about all this other shit, but they won't talk about the actual problems. They'll talk about the things that they can imagine the problem to be. Like, it must be, they really don't want us to open up that business because they just don't want us to, and they just don't want us to this and this and that. Well, let me ask you something. Who's doing the shootings and shit downtown? Who's doing all the shit that's putting our babies in the ground? Who's making the lyrics that hype that shit up and make it cool? Who got little boys thinking going to jail for 4 or 5 years is not a thing? Who's responsible for that? And when you got people who have platforms or whatever, and they talk about everything but the nucleus of the real problem, like the center of the real problem, they can blame everything. See, they don't like to talk about the actual issue. They like to blame what made the issue happen. That doesn't fix it. What fixes a problem is attacking the actual problem itself. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say, for instance, we have everybody's in a room. We all in a room. Somebody sneezes. All right, now we all sick. All right, we can't all sit back and talk about, damn it, Wyatt got us sick. Wyatt sneezed, and now we all got the damn flu. Now, in order to get past the flu, everybody got to medicate themselves. Everybody got to isolate themselves. Everybody got to fix one another. We got to fix the problem. We got to get Wyatt out of here. He got the flu. We don't want him to get nobody else sick. Eliminate Wyatt. Get him out. He's the one that's causing everybody to get sick. And then everybody got to fix their flu, fix their cold, right? That's how you get rid of a problem. You don't sit back and say, hey, we all sick in this damn room, and it's Wyatt's fault we all sick, and we all sick. And we talk about that. We sick all day. We's sick all day. That's all we're going to talk about is how sick we are and who caused us to be sick. But ain't nobody kicked Wyatt out of the room. Ain't nobody told us we got to get rid of the guy who got the flu. Now we all got to take our syrup and we got to take our medicine, and now we can move on. Now we got to remind each other every day, who the hell got everybody sick? That's not a solution. You don't fix a problem like that. You'll never fix a problem by blaming someone. You'll only fix a problem by attacking the problem itself. Dina, I'm gonna read Dina's real fast and I'm gonna go up. Dina says, I'm so tired of hearing about teenagers being unalive due to gun violence. It's not gun violence, Dina. These teenagers are being shot by teenagers. Take the gun violence out of it, please. Come on, sis. Now, my screen just said that I was disconnected, so I'm going to repeat what I said, only because I don't know if you all heard me or not. It's not gun violence. It's behavioral violence. It's people violence. They happen to use a gun. A gun is minding its own business. A gun is not pulling the trigger. A gun has no enemies. A gun has no train of thought. It has nothing to do with whatever your beef is until you incorporate a gun. These are people and these are behavioral problems. If we didn't have a gun on this planet, they'd use a stick or a knife. Now, do we have a stick or a knife problem, or do we have people in a behavioral problem? We got too many emotional people running around here that figure, and to be honest with you, I don't see people being shot like they used to be shot. Okay, it used to be a time where, shootings were accidental sometimes. A lot of them were accidental, and we get a lot of accidental shootings still to this day. But most of the stuff you see on the streets these days, they're not accidental shootings. Now, somebody might get accidentally shot, like an innocent bystander, like the 10 to 11-year-old little girl. But I'm talking about the reason why people shooting is because they doing some dirty shit out here on the streets. They're not shooting, like nobody's shooting on the 4th of July just having fun. I don't know anybody out here on the streets just shooting to have fun. There's problems. There's things that these people, they're involved in bad shit. They're involved in the dope game. These kids are not out here shooting each other because somebody stole somebody's boyfriend or their girlfriend. And they're not doing that. Most of them beefing. I'm not suggesting that their beef don't mean anything, but it's certainly not something that you and I, the older generation, would be shooting for. Okay. Dina said, I meant exactly what I said. That's fine. That's fine. I just think, Dina, if I may, I think when you call it gun violence, you take you take the power out of what it truly is, and you start going after something that they can't fix. And that is, you're never going to get guns out of communities. You're never going to stop people from having guns for protection. It's a fundamental right. It's an amendment right in this country. However, what you can fix are, you can fix the behavioral people. You can fix the people. So I would want to at least focus the shift the focus on what we can fix. We can fix the people. We can't fix the guns. If the guns aren't doing the shooting, it's the people that are doing the shooting. So I know you mean what you said, but I just think when people say things, when they say things like, we have this huge gun problem, excuse me, we have this huge gun problem, it takes the severity, it takes what's really going on, it takes the power out of what's really going on. I ain't never seen two guns standing in the middle of the street shooting at each other. I've just never seen that. I've seen two angry people, people that are making bad decisions. I've seen that a million times. I see it in court every day. I see bad decisions every day. Decisions that don't have to be made that kind of way. I see it every day. Been seeing it every day of my life. Maurice Wagner says, how do we fix people? I'll be honest with you. The first place is give them value. Most people that hurt people have no value. Most people that and this is just real talk, y'all. Let's be honest, man. You know, I'm not trying to be God up in here. The truth of the matter is, happy people don't really engage in nonsense. So the first thing we got to do is find people's happiness. I know that sounds outlandish to a lot of people, because a lot of people walking around here miserable for every reason that they can find. You got to find a happiness in a person. You got to find somebody. You got to be able to find what a person liked to do when they wake up every day, before they became a criminal, or before they became a thug or a gangster or some shit out here that's, you know, a menace to society. How do you fix it? You find people's happiness. You understand? You hold people accountable for not taking care of their children. See, this is a generational thing. You know, these kids are out here shooting and running around and doing street takeovers and all this old goofy shit because, you know, the lack of parenting. And until we start holding parents accountable for the things that they failing on, you know, this is the only society. Now, I've lived in 3 countries. I know y'all hate that shit. You can't stand it when I start talking about some shit that make it seem like I'm trying to be Mr. Good. It's not that at all. I just want to let y'all know I've been places and I've seen some things. Let me tell you something. This is the only country I've ever lived in where bad behavior is rewarded. Bad behavior is actually rewarded. And I shouldn't say, you know, it all depends on, excuse me. Oh, I'm getting better at this. It's not necessarily rewarded. It's just not prosecuted properly. Let's just say that. It's not prosecuted properly. I think it's a bad combination of not being handled properly when a kid gets in trouble, and it's a consistent softness in the system. It's a consistent. I seen the other day. Well, I'll keep that one to myself. Let me read a couple comments real fast. Mama Birch said, boy, wait, summer is going to be off the charts. See? We already know what it's going to be. Hush Gray, what's up, girl? She said, Randall Wyatt, talk your stuff. It's not gun violence. It's the person with the gun. Exactly, sis. Talk about it on your show. Let me know when that one coming on. I'll definitely tune in. I do try to tune in when I can. I was there the other night. I think I might have been the only man in the room. I didn't know it was a lady show. I think it was I don't know what it was, but sis was on there. Alethea was on there, and they were talking about some stuff, and I made a couple comments, and then I had to get up out of there. I didn't realize I was probably the only man in there other than your husband, you know, but I was like, shit. I think one of the questions came up, and I think I'm gonna open up a can of worms when I bring this up. They said, who lies better, men or women, or, you know, in a relationship? I guess it was a relationship question. Like, what was the question, Hosh? It was, who lies more, men or women, or something like that. And I was debating it. And I think I made a comment on that one. I can remember what my comment is because I feel this way. I feel this way. I've been feeling this way for a long time. And let me see if she answered it. She said, let's talk about it Friday. What was the question, Hosh, if you don't mind? Wasn't it who lie better? Or what was the question between men and women in the lying? Because I remember my answer, but I don't remember exactly the question. You know what I mean? I remember my answer. Let me read a comment and then I'll go back to what I asked Hosh if she can answer that. Sierra Brooks, what's up, sis? She says, Wyatt, why don't you discuss the crime topics in depth since it's related to your business and you're closer to the court system? I've done that. I've done it, sis. I talk about crime all the time. You can't break it down. I'm the only one who talk about crime the way I talk about it because it's the realest. Nobody else is as close to it as I am. And if I start saying things about it, which I don't have a problem discussing it, but here's the thing, sis, you have to have people that really want to engage and really want to accept the truth. When I was telling everybody here about how, the crime in Cincinnati is being manipulated in the system, when I was talking about how the judges were setting bonds, when I was talking about how, everything that has come to pass and it's true, and now your own police chief is now fired for those same things. And I was talking about it, sis. I've been here 6 years and I can remember talking about it for 2 years straight. But what happens is this: your people, our people, us, we are affected more than anybody in our community of the crime that we were talking about. And when someone such as myself come on and talk about it, I'm called names. That don't hurt my feelings. It just doesn't seem productive. I was a Trumpster. I was giving Republican talking points when I was telling y'all from the inside. I'm on the inside of how this shit is going down. And y'all, some of you, you know what I'm saying, if the shoe fit, would say things as if my 20 years of experience had no bearings. It had no point. I was just saying things that that was just talking points of the Republican Party. And I don't know if y'all have thought of this or not. Just like I know that there's some things that Democrats talk about that are right, there are some things that Republicans talk about that are on point, that are right also. But for some odd reason, Republicans don't like to believe what Democrats say, and Democrats don't like to believe what Republicans say. And I'm telling y'all right now, this is Republicans and Democrats are bad for Black people. Bad for us because we don't know which way is up. You want to believe everything that the Democrats tell you and don't want to believe anything that the Republicans say. Then you don't want to believe. It's like the Republicans are the same way. They don't want to believe anything the Democrats are talking about, and they don't want. It's just ridiculous to me. We really need to stay out of that shit. And the reason why I say you need to stay out of that is because none of it has benefited us at all. It hasn't been beneficial for us at all. It hasn't helped us get any land. It hasn't helped us earn anything in America that we can call our own. If it did, you would already have it. If it did, you would already have it. You know who would be going to jail on a bunch of fraud shit? Black folks. Black folks should be going, yeah, this is going to sound crazy. I can hear the memes now. I can see the shit. I can see everybody. Oh, I got him now. I'm going to record this. This is he's about to say, y'all black people need to go to jail. No, but the truth of the matter is, if you really want to look at the fraud that's going on in daycares and all this old shit, and what do they call them, little hospitals and shit, it should be us going to jail for fraud in the government for millions of dollars. How does immigrants come to this country and get an inside track to multi-millions of dollars and be able to send it overseas back home, and they get inside? How do they do that shit? How do they do it? How were they able to have access to shit like that and we just wouldn't do it? We go to jail for standing on the corner in the dope game that they bring here. The drugs that come into the community, we go to jail for the shit that they bring in. The shit that hurt our own community. I don't think we really think about this shit. Listen, I hate to say this. I don't promote crime. But if I'm gonna do a crime, I ain't going to jail for $1,000 worth of dope. I'm not going to jail for $1,000 worth of dope. Now, I might go to jail I'm gonna be honest, I might go to jail for $10 million. Oh man, I might. 20 years ago, I know for damn sure I would have. Today, I don't know if I go to jail for $10 million because I know what 10 million, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I know $10 million is not gonna make that much of a difference in my life. My life is almost over. You know what I mean? What I'm gonna leave my children and things of that nature. I don't know if I want to die in jail. Okay. I still got some living to do before I just, I got some shit I got to take care of. However, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I would have went to jail for $10 million. I would have been kicked out of the country for $10 million. If they told me I had to take my citizenship back over to Europe and I can't come back to the United States of America, and that was part of my probationary period or my sentencing and all that stuff, I'd have took the 10 million, never paid the restitution, never. And I would have kept my 10 million that I stole. Yeah, I would have done that. I'm just being honest with you. 25 years ago, I would have done that. I definitely would have done that. But we go to jail for dumb shit. We go to jail for minimum. We go to jail for drugs. I'm talking about the things that send us upstate for a long period of time. I'm talking about those things. And they like to call the fraud and all that stuff. Look, and just political parties that have sent us to jail the most. Look at the policies that have been signed off, and some of the people that y'all don't talk about, those are the people that signed off on policies that sent Black people to jail for a longer stint of time for selling to a community that had a lot to do with how we were educated. Inner city schools. I'm freezing. Sorry about that, guys. Gino Joyner said I'm freezing, and he's on Facebook. Hold on, let me. Tiffany Daniels said, and you invited people down to court to watch. I absolutely did. Hey, Tiff, I didn't know you were here. I didn't know you were here. Absolutely. The whole time I was here, I don't remember who asked me why haven't I talked about it. But yeah, I invited people to come down when I'm in Cincinnati to go down to the courthouse with me. That invitation is still there. Maybe we'll do that one time. I got a whole back bench that can probably sit 50 people. Anytime y'all want to do it, you go downtown, you sit in courtroom A with me, and you'll see what I'm talking about. All the way from the dope cases to the domestic violence cases. And you'll see everything that I said has been accurate. No cap. Okay, Gino said you're okay now. Thank you. I don't know what happened, Gino. I did freeze. I did have a couple times where it said that I lost my connection. The other thing that a lot of people don't understand is that not all crime is classified as violence. Okay, so some of these cities are getting away. I don't really want to talk about crime right now, to be honest with you. That's not on my agenda. But I'll say something about it right now. One of the crimes that's not considered to be, that's not classified as a violent crime. Do you know? Can anybody put in the screen? And I guess I'm looking for a certain answer. I'm looking for a certain answer. So let me rephrase the question. What crime do you think a violent crime could be a violent crime? Maurice Wagner says we aren't connected to white collar crimes. They won't let us in the door. Look how the people that fraud the COVID money got caught immediately. I don't know, bro. I just seen a lawyer get sentenced. I don't even know what he got sentenced, but he stole 4.4 million. Did y'all see that clip of that lawyer that was crying because he stole the 4.4 million dollars, and he was like, I did it and I should go to jail? And they cut down on them too. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I had to guess and I had to put some money, if I had to bet money on it, not that this really matters to me, but I think more white people went to jail on COVID fraud than black people did. Yeah, I think that more white people went to jail for COVID fraud. And the only reason why I say that is because I think that a lot of them, they understood. A lot of them have shell companies because they understand, they do play in the field of business and entrepreneurship a little bit more than we do. We do it a lot, but we don't do it on the scale of having LLCs and incorporating ourselves and stuff like that, because we don't like the government. For some people that got the government all in their shit, we really, as black folks, don't like the government in our shit. I don't understand why we why we want the government in all our decision makings, when in fact we've been bitching and complaining about the government ever since I've been alive. It's oxymoron to me. I don't get it. Somebody put that in the screen for me if you don't mind. Remember the question? The question was, what crime do you think, what crime should be a violent crime, but it's not considered a violent crime? Denise Davis said lawyer was crying his eyes out. He was a little bitch up there, wasn't he? You know what he did? He took the 4.4 million and he bettered himself. Come on, somebody put it in there for me. It's something that I talked about before. I've spoke about it before. No, DV Mama Birch is considered a DV is considered a I'm sorry. Hold on, it moved out on me. DV is a physical crime, and it is considered a in most cases. Sometimes it's classified as a misdemeanor if it's your first time, if it's your first offense. Gino said corruption. Can I get one or two more? I want to answer this before my time is up. I really do. What crime do you think is not classified as a violent crime that you think it should be a violent crime? What do you think it is? There you go, Ed. Ed did it. Ed Bentley said it. He said it first. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate you, bro. I don't always like to have the answers. I like to have people incorporate. I'm going to try to get everybody to engage a little bit more. Drug dealing, drug trafficking. There's no reason. Do you know what your city would look like if they classified drug trafficking as a violent crime? Somebody tell me why drug trafficking is not a violent crime when nothing about it, everything about it is it is violent. Everything about drug trafficking is violent. The money that it generates creates violence in your cities. It is a magnet for violence. And you trying to tell me that drug trafficking is not a violent crime? Of course it is. It should be. Darren said it's a victimless crime. Really? See how much more it's not making any sense? It's a victimless crime. So when you sell a drug to someone, you're not killing them. What did somebody do to maybe get the money to buy the drugs? Maybe they didn't hit somebody in the head. Maybe they did. Maybe they maybe they worked all week, got a check on Friday, and took $200 and bought some dope. When they exchanged that money for the drugs, what did the drug dealer do? He invested in his empire of dope dealing. He invested in ammunition, in guns. It gave him more power to be able to make chess piece moves. I mean, everything about drug trafficking is violent. The hand-to-hand purchase, everything that they do with the money after the purchase, the things that people do to go get the money for drugs, everything about it is violent. That's just one. I could think of several others, to be honest with you. There's a reason why classification of certain crimes is important, because your city managers and city leaders and things of that nature, they need the crime statistics to go down. So what they'll do is they reclassify things. And drug possession is definitely not is not on the books as a violent crime. Sometimes they knock down certain charges to put them in categories of possession, trafficking, and things of that nature, when there was some things done that they could have put it into a classification of a violent crime. I mean, I just, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that we just don't really talk about. And if you start peeling the onion back and you start seeing some of the things that's really going on, and not just listening to the things that people coach. They coach you to have these thoughts and these beliefs. If we wasn't thinking of just that stuff that they're talking about, we might think differently about some of the things that we choose to support policy-wise. We might start asking our leaders to have our schools to engage more in our schools and see where our schools are failing. We should not have 12th graders with third grade reading levels. People should not be graduating high school with 5th grade reading levels. The reason why they're doing that is because there's an incentive to keep people to go through school. There's an incentive to graduate them. It's always about the money. Darren Chamberlain says this. He says, no, the actual hand-to-hand drug deal is not a victim. Okay. So you telling me if someone sells somebody some cocaine in the next 3 minutes and it's laced with fentanyl and they die, that wasn't a violent sale? That's how people OD out here. They're not ODing because they're putting fentanyl in their dope. They're ODing because the fentanyl is in the dope already. They never tell you these statistics because they don't want you to know that these ODs are coming from them buying drugs from someone. They don't want to classify drug dealing as a violent crime because the violent crime rates would skyrocket in your cities. Don't you understand that? People are not buying cocaine and then going to buy their own fentanyl and putting it in there. People are buying fentanyl with drugs with fentanyl in it already. It's laced. They're buying their own death. So yes, drug dealing is a violent crime. They just don't classify it as that. And it's law. So it's not like it can't be fixed. But it's law like that by the people who also need it to be classified that way, or it'll F their stuff up. I mean, when it got to the point where people were buying weed, buying marijuana, and it was laced with fentanyl, bro, you can't even buy no damn weed these days without it possibly being spiked with some dope, with some fentanyl. Come on, man. All right, this is the last one, Darren. I see you're trying to be logical. You're trying to apply a certain type of logic to the point at hand. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm getting a little burnt out. All right, here it is. He says, if McDonald's serves bad meat, it's the same. It's the same. It's not violent. You sought out something that could kill you. You can fool dummies such as LaDonna Howard with that. See that? Okay, I didn't really want to read the. You can, meaning what I'm saying, I can fool them with that, or what are you saying? It doesn't even matter. Whatever the response will be, I'm not even gonna respond to it. But that's totally different. McDonald's is held accountable if they pick up a slur of bad meat. They're not intentionally selling bad meat. They're not intentionally selling bad meat. Now, if it came out that McDonald's didn't give a damn, that their whole inventory came in and it was blurred meat or flawed meat and they sold it anyway, that's a different argument. There would be some consequences to that. Okay, but if you're McDonald's, no, I'm not getting, that's not logical, bro. That doesn't even fit the same frame. McDonald's is selling a legal product. Okay, it's not selling drugs on the street. Are drugs on the street legal? It's not. So please don't do that. It's not. Deanna said, Wyatt, can you read my last comment? Sure, Deanna. Let me try to find it if you don't mind. Give me 2 ticks. Give me a second. I'm rewinding back. Deanna, I think it's this one here. She says, what's the difference in the punishment if drug dealing were to be classified as a violent crime? Would the death penalty be on the table? The death penalty is on the table in some cases, in some drug cases. I've seen some F2s. Okay, I don't want to say death penalty because it all depends on the state, but it all depends on what someone did. If they intentionally killed someone with drugs, like, shot them up with poison or shot them up with fentanyl or something intentionally, instead of using a gun, and you, what they call it, premeditated it. If you thought it out and you did it, it can be classified as a first-degree murder. You thought it out, you took time to do it, you set it up, and you killed it. Remember what was that guy's name? Dr. Valinsky? What was his name back in the 90s? And he was what they call the suicide doctor. That's what they were trying to do to him, because he was kind of expediting people's death by shooting them with fentanyl and things of that nature. Fentanyl wasn't that popular back then in the 90s. It still exists because hospitals have been using it forever. But Dr. I can't think of Zawinski or something like that was his name. And he was the doctor of death is what they used to call him. And they were trying to tell him, like, if you continue to do this, you're going to be charged with first-degree murder. I remember that. And I used to think, like, yes, they could charge him with first-degree murder. It's a planned out situation, and he's using drugs. And in that case, Deanna, that's how you would do it. Darren says some of the weed is laced with Getty. I don't know. I don't know what none of that is because I'm not in the drug. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Whatever it is, it don't sound good. Darren says you're getting burned out from logic, but talk to Twin for 30 minutes. Please. All right, that's the last comment I'll read to you. If you wanna apply McDonald logic, go do your thing. Go do your own thing, and you can apply your own logic to whatever you got going on. Thank you, Vernon. It was Kevorkian. Thank you. Vernon Jordan said it was Dr. Kevorkian. Edward Bentley said it was Dr. Kevorkian. I appreciate it. Thank you guys who told me. Donna also, I think, I knew I spelled it wrong. Deanna says, I see. I remember that. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, they're class. Hey, Deanna, let me just say they're classified that way because if you look at how much violence drugs cause in your city, that alone should make it classified as a drug trafficking should be classified as a violent crime. I don't know anything that comes from it that's not violence. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know anyone that hasn't. There's a reason why you get 24.5 years for dealing drugs. I don't want to. I'm not gonna stand off my circle. I got a nephew. He's my nephew from down the way. He's not blood nephew, but I got love for him and his family. I've known him my entire life. And hold on one second, caller. Give me 1 second. I got to get you plugged in. 2 ticks. Oh, man. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to get the phone line hooked up because I got a call coming in. There's a reason. Okay, I got it. There's a reason you get 24 and a half years for drug trafficking. You don't think somebody that gets 24 and a half years for something shouldn't be classified as a violent crime? You know how much violence fentanyl causes out in the street? You know how much drug dealing and gunfight and don't you think that the little girl that got shot accidentally 11 times, or the 11-year-old got shot and there was some drug shit going on in the background and she happened to be in the way? I mean, don't you think that the mother that got shot in downtown Cincinnati that had 5 kids who got shot in the back that many times, don't y'all think that was violent? Don't you think there was some violence related to like drug type stuff? That lady, wasn't nobody after her. The guy that got shot the other night, a month or two ago, outside of a Bengals game, 32 times in the chest, in front. Don't you think that was drug related? You think he got shot 32 times because he stole somebody's woman? Don't you think that? All right, I'm gonna read this one comment. This is the last one, I promise, because it's kind of like a shot at me, and then I'm gonna go to the phone lines. Darren Chamberlain said, "I thought your show motto was facts over feelings, but the last 2 years, every topic has been your feelings. There's a reason they not label a simple hand-to-hand drug deal violent because the actual act isn't." Okay, I tell you what. If I've been in my feelings for the last 2 years, you've been here watching me in my feelings for the last 2 years. So now what does that say? For the last 2 years, I've been in my feelings, but you've been here listening to me for the last 2 years in my feelings. And I'm not talking about the hand-to-hand. There's way more than hand-to-hand. It's not the guy that's standing on the corner that's handing the girl the dime bag of dope, or the $25 bag of dope, or the quarter bag of dope. It's the drug dealers that are selling kilos to one another, quarter pounds to one another. You feel me? It's the people that are doing the high-level dope dealing. It's those people. It's the people that are getting 24 and a half years in the penitentiary for dealing drugs. That's who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the corner boy. I'm talking about the people who have the inventory of dope, who break it off in every city and create a lot of chaos and drama and shootings and all that shit. Everything that is violent about dope. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the corner boy that is shit on a drug addict. I ain't talking about him. That's violent too. Have you been out on them corners? You seen how they treat dope fiends? We all know you an asshole, bro. Let me go to the phone lines. Good afternoon, caller. This is Wyatt. Who am I speaking with?
What up, Wyatt? Drop Squad 52, your favorite Black Not Democrat.
Hey, Drop Squad.
Hey, I see Mr. Darren Chamberlain is he trolling. He fucking with you, Wyatt. You know that, right?
With me. He fucking with himself. I just gave him the courtesy of reading that bullshit.
No, this people like him, because I used to do some of the same shit. They come on your platform because obviously he's new.
No, he's not.
How long you been in the Wyatt Live family, or would you consider him a family member?
Well, not that name, but that's fame.
Confirmed.
Yeah, that's
not
fame.
Speculation. This is confirmed. That's fame,
bro. That's fame. I just discovered it.
So okay, then what I'm saying is right. Shout out to Fame, Rothstein, aka Mr. AKA.
Well, whatever.
Okay, but again, whoever it is, people coming to these platforms, Wyatt, to get attention.
I know.
They want to dominate the chat. They want to dominate the host. They want to get you off of your point, which is a very good point.
But you know what they should do? You know what they should do? I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother, but I'll forget if I don't attack it right now.
You're getting old, brother.
No, I know.
Wait till you my age. You're going to have to write shit down. You're going to have notes all over your house.
Yeah, I can't fight that. I can't fight that. I'm getting to the point now where I take my pen and I have to write shit down like I'm about to write down this point that I was going to tell you. But anyway, what you just said, you said they try to get into the chat, take all the attention, throw the host off and all that old shit. You know what I say to people like that?
What?
Get you a show.
They don't want to. Wyatt.
Get a show.
That's too much work.
That's
too much work.
Get a show. That's
all. It's easy. It's easy. Wyatt, there's so many platforms out there. It's very few to where they'll just take random callers without screening them or setting it up prior to the show. But yeah, opportunity like this, bro, this is like, your show is like old school talk radio.
Never thought.
But again, because of how you work on YouTube, your shit is not put out into the algorithm.
But here go, look, check this out though. Dude getting so ridiculous with it. He said, I'm a small guy, but I've always been the type of guy that said, let's go spar. Somebody tell me when I've never said, let's go spar. Anybody want to go to I'm not going to fight anybody, but we can go to the gym. I got 4 gyms in the city of Cincinnati where these people live that I can lace up the gloves anytime with anybody, no matter what their weight is. Anytime they ready. The offer has always been there. The offer has always been.
See what you're doing, Wyatt?
What?
This is okay.
What's wrong, hey,
bro? Like you just said, you too old. You got too much to live for. Too much to put at risk.
This is illegal.
Challenging somebody in the gym because they call you a small guy.
I'm not.
Come on, Wyatt.
This is a regular male thing when people say bullshit about somebody being too small. That's the call out right there that you too small, like you can't do something. That's the call out. Or
that means he a big dude and he uses his size and presence as intimidation. Right. But again, Darren Chamberlain, aka Fame Ross, or whoever you say it is, I'm just saying, Wyatt, don't read the real family members like Mary Birch Lavender, LaDonna Howard, and your regulars, your real people. Read their comments.
Well, I do.
Especially if you know what Darren trying to do.
But that's okay. Sometimes people need to, they need to get what they asking for. Sometimes people really want that work and they can get it. What's wrong with that?
But let's say Darren is not Fame Rothstein.
Okay.
He's basically objecting to what you're saying about how the death penalty should be applied to drug dealers in order to deter future drug dealing. Am I correct?
I don't know because that wasn't my point. That wasn't what I was saying. I wasn't saying that drug dealing should be classified as someone else. I think Dina asked me something about could it be a death penalty charge? And I said, I've seen it before. But I said it should be classified as a violent crime. Drug trafficking is not considered a violent crime in some of these cities. Mm-hmm. In a lot of these cities, it's not classified that way. If it was, can you imagine?
That's all I needed. That's all I needed was that clarification.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna tell you why somebody like Darren Chamberlain and whoever else in the wildlife family would object to that. That's because they know Black people who are in the drug game. They know people who got caught up in the drug game. So that is the only reason. That is the only reason someone would defend enforcing the law with the stiffest penalties on the book to deter people from fucking up their life, fucking up their family, fucking up their community. That's the point. Don't you remember the 93 crime bill, people?
Yeah.
That was the point of that. The drug dealing had gotten out of hand and it was starting to become a what, Wyatt? A violent crime. Yes. Drug dealing, a violent crime because of the massive amounts of money that became available because these people were pouring these drugs into predominantly Black and brown communities and destroying families. Because the death penalty has always existed for drug dealers who got caught. And if one of the users of his drugs dies, but it's hard to prove that it was premeditated because the drug dealer doesn't want to kill his customers. Okay, so again, it always comes down to.
I don't know how when you add fentanyl to your product line, you lace it to stretch it. You may not want to kill your customers, but you have enhanced the chance of killing a customer, which when you use, if McDonald's sells bad meat, that's not the same. It's not even the same equivalent. It's the same. It's
I know he's stupid. He's stupid. He's just, again, he's trying to, go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. It's not the same thing. And then when I come back with a factual statement, now it gets into something different. And I'm, all that old shit, bro. It is what it is. I guess.
I know. But see why? Again, bro, you good at what you do. You sharp. I rarely see you go to computer to verify or clarify anything. But the dude who brought up McDonald's is obviously stupid, because if you remember, McDonald's lost a huge class action suit for fucking hot coffee.
Right.
For selling coffee too hot. If you sell a product and the customer dies, usually the local prosecutor is going to charge you with murder as well as the drug dealing, and probably 4 or 5 other charges. So again, why it always comes down to the community and the people, okay? The people who govern Black and brown people will tolerate a certain level of criminal activity, because they know if they crack down to totally eliminate it, right, it's going to affect their constituents.
That's right. That's exactly.
Okay. And obviously, sometimes people get caught up in the system who don't deserve to be in the system, and then that's where you adjust the system. You don't eliminate it because one person got caught up. You adjust the system, and hopefully you'll deter people from participating in the activity where they know if they do it, they're going to get locked up. Remember the 3 strikes? Yes. Remember that?
Yeah.
So, now, again, Wyatt, you keep doing your thing, bro.
Let me just read this. Vernon Jordan, he's pretty neutral. He has.
I like Vernon. Yeah, Vernon, keep it real. Vernon's for real. Go ahead.
Okay, let me read this one. He says, I admit there is an element of violence involved in drug dealing, but not all drug transactions result in violence. Sometimes people just want to get high. I think those are 2 different things, Vernon.
Yeah, you're right. It's 2 different things, Vernon, because I can call up my local marijuana dispensary and order my verified clean marijuana. I don't have to worry about it being laced like I did back in the day when I used to buy it from the plug. Okay, right. So those are 2 different things, but good point there, Vernon. Very good point. And the fact that you have any illegal activity that involves huge amounts of money, untraceable, untaxed money, you're going to have violence, Vernon.
That's right.
Okay, the actual, why I said the corner boy with the hands in hand, that they ain't the ones.
But wait,
it's the suppliers.
But wait. There is a level of the corner boy being involved in the violence, because sometimes you have people in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like corner boys are in certain territories that bring violence from other corner boys. Sometimes there's a level of getting robbed. Drug dealers get robbed. There's a lot of violence. I don't know anything about drug dealing that is not attached to violence. I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. It's not like back in the day. Even to this day, you might have a mama or auntie or a granny or somebody like that might buy some weed from the local weed dude, and it's all copacetic. Everything is great. Everything is good. She bought $10, $20 worth of weed. It ain't no big thing. But even that could be to a point where you just spent $20 and you just invested in some violence, some future violence. And what I mean by that is there's levels to this. You spent $20, that $20 went to the man. Now he getting his $1,000 up to go level up and buy more dope. Those higher level people are the ones that are keeping the violence out on the street. So your $20 has incorporated in some violence somewhere down the line. We could say it don't, but it does. And all I'm saying that's why I don't like these dispensaries and this legal weed shit, all this legal stuff they trying to call it, because before it wasn't good for the city, but now that they can capitalize on it financially, they just want to make it try to seem like it ain't no big deal. But it really is a big deal, because if you look at where the money goes when you're talking about drug trafficking, I don't know where it never leads to violence. somewhere down the line. It might not be your local weed boy. It might not be the person that you dealing with, but somewhere down the line, you're going to get some violence out of some money that is incorporated in the drug trafficking.
Hey, Wyatt, you on point, and Mary Birch Lavender. My dispensary don't sell dime bags. My order has to be at least $100 for them to deliver it.
well, I'm sorry. I'm the one who. She's laughing at dime bag because they probably don't do that anymore. That's me. She's laughing at me.
But again, Wyatt, you keep doing your thing, brother.
All right,
and again, your show continues to grow, and it would be more available to people on YouTube if you made a few adjustments, because they have strict rules about language, music, and all these other things. Because if you don't abide by their rules, they ain't gonna put you out there.
Right.
They will bury your ass, because there's no way that you should be getting 8 to 10 people viewing your show. It's no fucking way.
Yeah, I know.
It's a lot of shows like that. But again, that's just me.
I don't really push it. I don't push the algorithm. I don't really do that.
I know. That's why I was telling you about the shorts.
Yeah.
The shorts will put you out there and lead people to your show.
I got you. Well, when I'm ready for that attention, and I'm working on it.
Yeah, you're getting close. I see it. I see it, bro. You're doing some things.
But I can't. When you grow, you can't call people out to spar, and I realize that. I'm really trolling him when I do that. That motherfucker know he ain't trying to step in no gym with me, bro. He know that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, he might call in when I hang up. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I think not. I'm not trying to blow big, but I think that he know that I do the gym. Anybody that know me knows I'm a gym dude.
Well, you claim you know who it is.
Well, I don't. The thing is, man. I don't have enemies, and I try not to make them. But sometimes when they play games, I play games back. That's all. When people troll, I tend to troll back. Sometimes.
Are you in Fame enemies now?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, all right. But anyway,
and to be honest, for the record, I really don't know that that's Fame. A lot of people a lot of people in the chat for the last 2 weeks have told me that it's him, and I don't know how they know, but everybody said that it was him, and it's like it kind of sounds like some of the stuff that he says. So yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I don't think it's him.
I think
okay, but I'm gonna hang up. He might call in. I don't know.
All right, bro.
What's your prediction? You think he gonna call?
I wouldn't care one way or the other.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hang up. Hopefully he'll call, because I would love to hear this conversation. So keep doing what you're doing. Right before I go.
Okay.
When you finish the show today, check your camera, because it's something wrong with your camera. It's not. Your picture is not like it normally is.
Is it blurry?
Okay. It's not. I can see you. It's hard to explain it because I ain't all tech savvy, but it's not clear like it's supposed to be.
Okay. I'll look at it. I'll look at it.
All right. Peace out, Wyatt. Shout out to the Wyatt Live family. Stay up. Be safe in them streets.
All right, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. That was Drop Squad 52. I just missed the call. Feel free to call back. That was Drop Squad 52 out of California. There was something else that I wanted to talk about before we got. Hold on, let me take this call and then we'll go on to the next topic. Good afternoon, caller. This is Wyatt. Who am I speaking with?
What's up, Wyatt?
Say it again.
I said, what's up, Wyatt?
Oh, hey, what's going on? Twin, what's happening? Mama Birch says pixels. Am I looking bad on the screen right now?
It was freezing like in and out.
Okay. I don't know what it is. I might have a bad connection internet-wise.
No, it freeze like a second or two, then come back.
Yeah, Sierra Brooks said you're a pixel. I don't know what it is. I might have a bad internet connection. I'm not quite sure. Let me see if I can go in here and try to fix it or look at it some kind of way. They've changed some things since I've been gone, and I don't know where to find my I don't know where to find the Okay. I can't find it, twin. Go ahead, bro. What's on your mind today, man?
Hey man, hey belated anniversary.
Hold on,
Yeah.
twin. Let me see if we back. Donna said it was. Yeah. Okay. Try now, twin. I think we back.
What you say now?
I said, do it now. Talk now. I think we're back. It said that I was free. It said I was disconnected.
You good now?
Yeah, I think we're good now. Go ahead. What's on your mind, bro? How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right, man. I couldn't call it and everything. You watched the game and stuff over the weekend?
Which game?
Your team, Florida, whatever.
Florida's not really my team. You talking about the NCAA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really. I'm not a Florida Gator guy. I'm not. I ain't even gonna try to jump on the bandwagon like that, man. I've been a UC guy. I'm really Ohio State, UC, and to be honest with you, since my daughter's at Purdue Medical, I'm a Purdue fan. You know what I mean? Those schools.
They got one dude, Calhoun, when he under Bob Huggins.
Oh, you mean the new hire? That's the guy that I was telling y'all about. The Utah
State
new
guy.
Dude.
The new guy they just hired. He was under Bob Huggins years ago, what?
Yeah, he was part of Bob. I think they got the right person. Nick Van Exel, I believe, is with the Atlanta Hawks right now. So they got the right person. I think the Utah State dude, I brought that up last week. I was like, they should go get him because he has that Huggins pedigree. You know what I'm saying? So I think they got the right guy.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. We here.
Oh, okay. I thought it cut off again. But yeah, did you get the popcorn?
I did not. The only reason, twin, let me tell you why, bro, because my wife had a whole schedule, everything, every day. I thought it was going to be us just going to chill like we normally do and maybe going to hit some things. But now she had us in the little, the hotel, like we went to the spa, a few times. It was just, she had it all planned out. So I didn't have a lot of free time like we normally, we'll go walk Navy Pier, we'll go do things like that. She kind of had everything planned out this time. So I went with the flow.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, did you see them bucket boys down there?
Aren't they normally right around Navy Pier?
Well, you took that picture, it looked like you was on State of Michigan.
I was on Michigan Ave. You talking about right there by the bridge?
When you posted up, they're a little bit down there before that bridge opened up.
I didn't see them down there. Now I know I know the bucket boy. I don't know any of them personally, you know what I'm saying? But I know of them. It's 4 or 5 of them that play the buckets down there. But now I didn't see them when I was there this time because I didn't go to Michigan. I didn't go downtown to Michigan. I didn't go to the side on Michigan Ave that often. Like I said, my wife had us going different places. We went and did some things that we normally missed. We missed them before. We went to the museums and did some stuff like that, and went to the outskirts of Chicago a little bit. We stepped out of our normal, our normal thing. We went and seen a couple family members and said hello, and we went to dinner with them.
Yeah, reason why I say that because some black folks and plus people down there that works downtown went to the mayor's office to try to get rid of them.
Oh,
and some people. Trying to get rid of bucket, but time they making too much noise and they just panhandling and all that crazy stuff. But man, bucket boys started out of the ghetto, man, out of the projects in the 90s. They've been going ever since. And people look at it, you rather us do this on a positive note or rather go rob somebody or sell drugs.
Well, so there's are they trying to, let me ask you, because I don't know. I didn't hear the story. Are they trying to get rid of them or are they just trying to get them to move?
They trying to get them from downtown.
Right. Maybe they trying to move them to a different area or something. Because look, let's be honest. Chicago is not New Orleans. Okay, when you go to New Orleans and you go to the French, when you go to the French Quarter area, entertainment, street entertainment is a regular thing, from tap dancing to playing buckets to doing the freeze man, whatever they call it when you doing the robot and freezing and all.
Mhm.
It's a regular thing in the French Quarter. It's not a regular thing in Chicago. Like, it's not an area or a district, and sometimes it can be, a little bit out of, like it's not fitting into the environment. You know what I mean? You got people that, you can't be outside of Louis Vuitton or Gucci or one of these, because Chicago got all that right there. You can't be out there playing and doing all this street shit in front of these elegant stores and stuff. Maybe they trying to just move them to a certain area instead of getting rid of them, period.
No, they trying to move them out of downtown.
I can't argue that. I can't argue because I don't know the story, but I was just
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
maybe think.
I thought I put it in I put it in there about a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. Eat it. Once I eat it, still illegal, but I had ordered for my son and everything, and I get home and he said, "What is this?" He's about to bite into it, and it was pink. I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, "Man, just messed up." And the old girl want to argue with me, and I'm like, "I didn't do that. Y'all cooked this," and back and forth. So it's cool. She gave me my money back and apologized. Said, "Can I make you?" No, I said, "No, I'm cool." I mean, it's right there.
Well,
just look straight like fear factor, man.
Let me say this. I eat McDonald's, not that not that often, but I do get a taste for a Big Mac occasionally. It does have that special sauce. But now let me just say this. I just tried before I left. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday of last week. I tried the new sandwich that they have. Now, oh my God, that thing is horrible. It is trash. I'm sorry. I was in line in the drive-thru to get a Big Mac. I had been craving one all day. I hadn't had one in probably a month or two. And I'm like, I'm going to get me a Big Mac today. And when I got to McDonald's, I heard they got this big, beautiful picture of this new arcing sandwich. Okay, it looks like a Big Mac, but it has a different bun, bigger piece of, patty, bigger meat and all that old shit. And then it has another special sauce. And I'm like, I don't know. And I'm about to order my McDonald's Big Mac. And the young lady said, "Would you like to try the arcing blah, 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 blah?" And I'm like, okay, let me try it. I'll try it. Let me go ahead and try it. It was like Wednesday or Thursday of last week.
Yeah.
And I tried it, bro. I took one bite, couldn't get into it. Took another bite just to make sure that I wasn't, I wasn't tripping. Took a third bite and was like, nah, this ain't it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not it. And it was horrible. The sandwich, and I think I'll ever kind of put me in a bad space with McDonald's at
Okay.
Yeah, it lost. Hold on one second. No, I think we're back. We're back, twin. Damn. Okay, can somebody let me know if you can hear me or not? I think I'm back. Let me know if you can hear me or not. Donna said, look at God. Hold on a second. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let's try this. Let me down this up a little bit. Hold up. All right. Let me scale it back. All right. I told Twin that he can call back. I'm sorry. We're back now, y'all. Okay, Michelle Hardy said I can hear and pick his back. My bad. I don't know what's going on. The connection is failing today. It has to be an internet thing going on. Cannot see why. Okay. Thank you, Black Line. I appreciate you, brother. I didn't even know you were here though. Thank you, Jenny. There we go. I think we're back. Yeah, we lost Twin. I told Twin he can call back when we get back on if he felt like it. He was asking me some questions about Chicago, so I was wondering what. Okay, Twin, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You
that
good?
sandwich. Yeah. All I'm gonna say is this, just for those that may have missed it, that new sandwich from McDonald's is not it. I couldn't stomach it. I took 3 bites, and the third bite was I was done. I was finished. I didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it. It's not a good sandwich. Now, for those that may like it, I don't want to steer you away from it. It's not against the law, nor is it nasty for you to eat that sandwich or whatever. It's just not the taste that I'm looking for. It's not it. But what else, Twin? What were you asking me?
I was asking, was them lines backed up
at the airport?
Yeah, did you see them?
They weren't as, you know, I don't want to say that they weren't longer than normal, but I mean, you know, it was a little bit longer than normal. I have the Express TSA, so it wasn't really that bad for me.
Oh, okay, it won't be bad for you.
No, it wasn't that bad. I mean, there's a lot of people that do the fast track TSA. So there's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah. So you saying that it should be a violent crime? Drug deal.
I said that it should be.
Why you consider that?
Because there's a lot of violence that comes behind drug dealing. You get violent time, don't you? See how it makes sense now? You get violent time, but it's not considered a violent crime. See, that's the only thing. I've been in it a long time, and I've been watching the inconsistencies, and I see the reason why it is what it is, and the reason why it is where it is because cities don't want to classify it as violent crime because it would go against their numbers.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I'm not suggesting that I want everybody I'm not trying to hate on drug dealers. I mean, I don't condone what they do, but I think it should fit into what it needs to fit into. And it's just that, you know, it's funny how, I mean, don't you think that if you do a certain crime, like for instance, I don't think that it's fair to give a higher sentence to crack cocaine than you would give to regular cocaine. I don't think that's fair.
Well, that's the most dumbest. Like, they give you, even though it's bagged up and all that, they'll give you more time than straight cocaine.
Right. And that's not right.
And that's the most stupidest thing ever, man.
Well, I agree with you there. But it makes sense.
That's stupid, man. Because I was pissed when they was talking all that time. But, you know, I hit that lawyer.
I bet you were.
I beat up an informant.
Well,
that's why I got violence with me.
But don't you think? Now, let's just be honest. Of course,
I'm gonna be real with you. It's stupid.
No. Let me just make a point. Or let me give you a question that you can make a point to. Now, listen. We already agree? We got a common ground that it's kind of dumb that they would classify crack cocaine higher than they would regular cocaine. I want to make 2 points. First of all, in order for crack cocaine to even be what it is, it takes cocaine to do it. You can't do bacon. You know the recipe.
No,
you can't do the recipe without adding cocaine and it be anything. Okay.
Right.
They wouldn't smoke just the recipe minus the cocaine. So you have to have cocaine in it to be crack cocaine. And it's kind of dumb that you don't give time. Now, here's the other thing I don't like. At one bit more other communities. Would you agree or disagree with that, twin?
Yeah, back in the day, but them blows is out here heavy. The heroin dog food y'all
Okay,
call.
no, wait a minute. I need to stay in a specific area, a certain
Okay,
time frame.
okay, yeah.
And I think we're back on now.
Yeah.
I think that we all can agree that a lot of people got high. Okay, white, black, Asians, whatever, got high. But when you look at the impact that crack cocaine had in the black community, and then to give them a higher sentence, you know, it almost like that was almost like a double shot of, you know, like, I don't know what to call it, but it affected us more. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because we had the higher sentences because of the, you know, the classification of it being crack cocaine. And we had the neighborhood that it impacted more. You understand what I'm saying? Like we had an isolated area. You didn't see people walking around like you seen them walking around in the suburbs. You didn't see the suburb people walking around out in the streets and going to corner stores and, you know, taking property value down in those neighborhoods. You didn't see that. People had to come down and visit the neighborhoods in order to buy certain types of drugs. You see what I'm saying? And I think that there was an injustice that happened that was handed down to the black community during the crack era that was just way off balance for me. And all of it was stemming from violence. I mean, people would come down from the suburbs into, you know, law homes and buy dope and all that old shit. And sometimes the dope dealers would beat their ass or, you know what I'm saying? Like steal their money and not sell them no drugs. So I think that the drug trade, the drug game has been violent since day one, whether we like it or not. And to not classify it as a you know, I just think that it should have been handled a little bit different. Anyway, go ahead, twin. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, that's how the system, man, or whatever. Do you believe? Do you agree with them ISIS being at the airport?
What are they?
You got a problem with it?
I seen them there. They wasn't messing with nobody. I mean, you know, they wasn't doing anything but making sure that the airport was secure. I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. Other than the fact that TSA is not getting paid, they're not really doing anything. They're there, but like they're not doing anything from what I seen. I passed them. One had a dog. One had a bomb sniffing dog, or I guess, or a drug dog, or something like that. You know, I seen that at the airport. But as far as communicating and patting you down and all of that, no. I think TSA and shout out to the TSA guys who are guys and girls. Y'all know what I'm talking about as a whole. Shout out to all of them, man, because they're working. And they're on check number 2, maybe going into check number 3 without getting a paycheck. And you know, it's like, how many of us would actually do that on our job? You feel what I'm saying? How many would would actually go do their job? You know, who would do their job for free? And I know they're going to get back pay, and they know that one day the government's going to open up. But you know, I don't know how many people would actually go do their job. You know, who can afford to do it? Now, I heard some crazy shit. You know, I ain't gonna say where I heard it from.
How much Congress care about you?
Huh?
On both, that shows how much Congress care about you. If they stop worrying about what's going on in Iraq and everything else, and focus on the real, which is the people, then you'll get understanding out of this.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this. I don't want to get all political about it, but I will say this because I think both sides are guilty of all of it. Let me just say this to you. I believe that whenever there's a government shutdown, and I don't care if it's the janitors or the TSA or Homeland Security, whoever is not getting paid, I think that the Congress should not get paid as well. If you bold enough not to pass something or put something together and you'll leave government employees out there not to get paid, I think that the Congress people who getting 175 or 174 a year, I think that they should be in a position that not get paid either. And you'll find that they'll compromise and get to a certain agreement a lot faster when they're not getting their money.
Yeah, I think they should have had it the whole way, kept them normal security. They had contracts with the airport besides bringing them TSA workers in. I think they should have had individual contracts like they did when I was working up there. I wasn't a security guard, but that's how I see it and
You
everything.
worked at the airport?
Yeah, I used to work at the airport. I was
Okay.
at O'Hare.
Okay. That's right. You did
Yeah,
mention that some time ago.
I used to work there. So yeah, it's crazy, man. I don't think I can stand a chance doing that. I'll lose my mind not seeing no paycheck, man. And all that, I really think I'll lose my mind. And you put in there yesterday when the preacher said about uh 1964 civil rights, how we should have been still integrated, whatever, as they should have just left us alone. And I told you, and I put in there that that's called married to the government. And you, Wyatt, last year argued me down.
No, I don't agree with
You
that.
said I hate that.
Wait a minute. Hold on, twin. Let me just say something to you, bro. Just because I put something in our chat don't mean I agree with what they're talking about. It don't mean,
I understand that.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't want you to think
I understand that, but I'm saying the same thing. What he was saying, what he was talking about, being married to the government. They should have left us alone.
I just don't know if I believe that. I don't believe that. It's just me personally, and I'm not trying to be on one side or the other. I just have my personal beliefs. Can I break it down for 1 second, twin, and then you tell me where I'm wrong? Please do. Okay. You're basically telling me that in the 60s, and I know the story, but I know a lot of stories that have been told to us that we're supposed to believe, and that's our narrative as a group of people. I personally don't believe that. I gotta say it like this, folks. I'm sorry, I don't like to do this because it sounds like I'm pandering and shit, but I'm just gotta say it. I personally don't believe that black women chose money over black men. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I think there were other conditions in place where I think unemployment was low. I think we were in positions where we couldn't get jobs as black men. Black men were pretty much the breadwinners at that time, right? So if the job market was slim, what else are we supposed to do? I mean, if we can't get a job and we got a family and we got a kid or two with a woman, and the only way that they can get money is for us to not necessarily go away, but we either provide money or we have to step off. Like, I don't think that's a woman choosing money over her man. She's choosing what is necessary at that time. Now, I'm not suggesting that didn't play a role in how it became somewhat of a crutch that people used, and it became a real thing. Like, now I don't really need a man because I can get my own money. I don't think it was set up for that purpose. That's my personal opinion. I just don't think black women, because look, here go the thing. I never hear that same thing about white women, and they've always been on welfare more than us. And they don't have men in the house when they on welfare either. So how could it just been that black women left their family, they married? Did white women marry the government too?
No, they did, but they label us like that.
That don't make sense to me.
I know that's your opinion, but they label us like that ever since. Oh, they consider us thieves and other stuff in the community, so they feel like, hey, look at these black folk. We got something for their ass. Give them government cheap. Matter of fact, get that nigga out the house.
Wait a minute.
Matter of fact, put him on child support.
Wait a minute. What was the job market? What was that in 64, right?
64.
64, 65. What was the job market for black folks back then?
I don't know. I wasn't born.
See, you don't think, okay, you wasn't born. You don't think that it's relevant to know what the job market was for both men and women of color back then? Like, I don't think that people are connecting the dots the right way. I think it's an easy thing for a lot of people, some activists and some other people, to come up with these storylines. I think that a lot of us are leaving out a lot of details about why women were in the position that they were in. I don't think that they chose. I think when you have two children and the only way that you can eat is to accept the welfare because there's no jobs out there for either her or the husband, what do you decide to do? What do you do? What decision do you make? Don't make it she left him and chose the government. That's not fair. Maybe she chose the only option she had. You see what I'm saying? The only option that she had if your children are going to eat. I mean, who would you choose? I mean, if they told you, Twin, today, you got a shorty, you got a kid that you take care of every day. We hear them in the background, right? If somebody told you, well, in order for you to work here at Kroger, you're going to have to work in this particular section, whatever section you don't like, but you have to take that job. And then the mother of that child, you're going to have to tell her that she can't really stay with you right now, but she can go live with her mother. She can go live with her auntie or something like that. And the only option you had was to go ahead and take that job or whatever it is that they had for you to keep your home, to keep your child fed, to keep your home fed. What would you choose? I just don't think that women said, I don't need a man. I'm talking about the 60s. I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking about 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm talking about now.
In the 60s.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that because that's in the 60s.
Okay, but you have to have a little bit more substance of an argument. Everybody does. You got to connect.
I can't go back. This is like an argument. Hey, LeBron better than Jordan. Jordan better than LeBron. How can I say that when I didn't live? I live Michael Jordan era. I can't live LeBron era.
But I can have a logical reason of why LeBron James is not as good as Michael Jordan. LeBron James didn't change the game. Michael Jordan changed the game. Michael Jordan never went to monster teams. Michael Jordan played all his years, pretty much his 6 championships was in Chicago. There's so many arguments that
it's hard to be honest, hard to argue that.
I know.
That's the 60s.
But wait a minute, it's not. There's ways
it is until I never been under that circumstance, whatever.
But what I'm saying to you is the information is there, but no one really collects the data. No one looks at what the job market was. Nobody says, well, Black men were being told that they couldn't work at the gas stations. They were told they couldn't work at the department stores. We had a fluctuation of immigrants coming in at that time. A lot of Peruvians was coming in the 60s and the early 70s.
Yeah.
A lot of immigration was coming in at that time. Nobody talks about that stuff. I know one lady that did. I know one lady that told Bill Clinton and his administration how detrimental immigration was to America, but it was more punishing to Black folks than anybody. The lady passed away. She died.
Barbara Jackson,
yes.
Barbara Jackson, she's the first elected Congress.
I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know that you know that name. Okay.
Yeah. She was the one that told us to Bill Clinton that's detrimental to them immigrants and go mess y'all up.
And exactly, it did.
And
it may have been just as impactful in 65, 66, 67, all the way to 73. And the reason why, who hurts more if we have a bunch of brothers and sisters that are doing domestic jobs, entry-level jobs, housekeeping and things of that nature. I mean, think about it. When you got immigrants coming in, it hurt the job market for us. That was our territory. Okay, so when people say that these women married the government over the man, that's derogatory to me because you don't have all the facts to be able to say why did these men just have jobs and they were just having multiple families and why would a woman choose the government over a man? What was the circumstances? What was all going in? What was all going
probably
on?
Free assistance or something. Like, I don't need you. I got the government now. You can go on here and be with Felicia and your other family. And that was that's how they took it. Like, this will come up for me, an easy come up, and I don't need him, and I'm gonna just wait on my little Kool-Aid check every month. I don't need him for nothing. Go there with Felicia and all them.
I just think that there's other things, like for instance, I can only talk about my instance that I know personally. My mother and my father didn't get married, okay, but she never really married the government. She used the. Hold on a second.
I'm gonna keep.
Sorry, it went out. I can see when it says.
Keep listening.
Okay, bro.
Sorry, man.
All right. All I'm saying to you guys is there's so many different elements of why this may have happened. It's not just cut and dry. It's not black and white that women left us because of they chose the government. It really F's with me when I hear that. I'm just being honest with you, because you act like white women weren't on Section 8 or whatever it was called back then and on welfare. They were, but you never hear that white people, white women married the government and left their men out. It's derogatory to me. It's a slap. It's kind of like a slight. It doesn't sound right. There had to be something other than the fact that this man couldn't provide. Okay. And it probably was a job market. And then think of the guy. Look, if you can't get a job to provide for your family, but the government is giving you everything that you need to be able to survive, why wouldn't you take? If I'm a man, it'll hurt my heart growing up. It'll hurt my heart if I had my 2 daughters and my wife and I couldn't provide because the job market was dead. They wouldn't let me do this. They wouldn't let me do that. If immigration at that time, because y'all got to understand, there was Peruvians coming. There were people. There was. You can even look the Tony Montana. Look at those eras. There were people coming into this country and they were taking entry-level jobs. And what were brothers supposed to do? You couldn't get a job at the car wash. If you can't provide for your family, it would hurt me to my heart to tell my wife, I'm going to go live with my mom so you can get this money and my kids can eat. That would hurt my heart. But we got to do what we have to do. We have to. guys hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, can you guys hear me? All right, am I back? Am I back? Yes, I hear. Yes, can you hear me? Sounds good. Okay, I found out what the issue was. You're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe why I discovered what it was. I don't know how this happened. Let's give some people some time to get in if you guys don't mind, okay? Denise says, yes, now you are bacon. What does that mean? All right, we're good. Denise, what's good? Happy belated birthday to you. You know, I sent you some happy good birthday. Sierra Brooks, I'm about to roast you. Oh yeah, Sierra got it coming. My teeth are red from this soda, this drink that I'm drinking. I am going to get you, Sierra. Let's let a few more people get in before I get back to it, okay? We getting back up. All right. All right. That it? I found out what the issue is. You're not gonna believe this. For some odd reason, my like I told you, when I'm not on the air, when I come back, my setup has a mind of its own. Literally, like the computer, the dashboard, everything here in the studio. If I shut down for a while, Ed said, "What is it, Wyatt?" Here we go. It has a mind of its own. What I didn't realize is that when I came onto the show today, my computer, which is on an internet, a Wi-Fi internet, it is actually set up my phone, the hotspot. My computer automatically went onto my hotspot on my phone, and it's not a strong internet. My Wi-Fi, my what do they call that shit? The hotspot is not strong. So when I'm here at the studio, I should be on the regular internet, ultra or whatever. I should be on my internet through my home here, right? For some odd reason, my computer automatically went onto my phone and got on my hotspot. So this whole damn time it's been acting up is because I'm on a hotspot internet, Wi-Fi internet versus not necessarily a hard line, but my stronger line here at the house. Like I said, when I'm not on the show for a while and I come in and I open my stuff up, it kind of has a mind of its own. Why my computer just went straight to the hotspot on my phone, I can only think that when I'm traveling, you know, I use my computer, my laptop, when I'm on the road, when I'm at the airport, when I'm working, I use my computer, and I use my hotspot when I can't get a connection, like on the plane or when I can't get at the airport, you know, and some of my stuff is really sensitive. Like I have HR stuff going on in my computer, and I can't allow someone to breach my system. So I have to use I can't use airport Wi-Fi. I can't use it because it's an unsecured line, and I don't want that liability. You know what I'm saying? I don't want the liability of someone getting my client list or whatever and utilizing that, because I got a lot of their information from social security numbers to everything. So what it looks like is the computer was set up on my Wi-Fi on my, not enough bandwidth. Right. There you go, Ed. Gino said, excuses. It's the truth. Do I look better now? Is it looking better? Is it better now? Because it's on not a hard line, but it's on a stronger Wi-Fi here in the house here versus being on that damn, being on that, that. Oh, that's crazy. Let me just make sure that I'm off of there all the way, just to be sure. Because when I went up to the connection, now I got 4 bars, almost 5, pretty much full. It should be running regular. Let me get back. There's still some people coming in. Let me take a. I'll get back to what I was saying. Give me 2 ticks. No, Sierra, don't get on my good side. I still got some fire for you. She said, you know who Gino is, right? No, I don't. Tell me. Tanika said, it looks way better. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure that y'all thought I probably had a checkerboard suit on instead of pinstripe. It's not checkerboard. It's pinstripe. And y'all better get that Wyatt opulent tie. Go check it out. I guess one day I'll advertise on here. A couple things I want to go over before we move on. I got some time. It doesn't look like my 4 o'clock is going to happen. So that gives me at least till 4 o'clock until I get another text message. My 4 o'clock said can't make it, can't make the call, busy with a client. And that's good. Well, I'll still have to get that. Vernon said, if you need help paying next month's cell phone bill, just let us know. Absolutely. Drop it in the Cash app. I have unlimited data. I just think that the Wi-Fi connection, I think the Wi-Fi connection is just not strong using this. Drop Squad 52 says, Wyatt, you are wrong about why Black women took welfare. You know what? Drop, I ain't gonna lie. I might be wrong because here's the thing. And I said it. I was very honest. My opinion is that there are other things that played a factor into why women, specifically Black women, were on welfare. I don't think that the job market was fair. I don't think that there were things put in place where, education was valued. I don't think in the 60s that we had a high level of Black men, Black women in college. And I think what happens is when you have a group of people that are relying on a certain job market and it's becoming saturated, and they would, when they would choose, you got to understand, my granny, my grandmother, my first grandmother, she went through this. She just happened to be fortunate. She got a little lucky. Okay. And what I mean by that is, I used to have story time with Granny. She would tell me things. My grandmother spent in the city of Cincinnati. She spent 42 years of her life working for McAlbin's, the department store. Well, she didn't start out in the department store. She worked at the department store in the little restaurant at the bottom. Okay. It was called the Kettle. I mean, this was easily in the late 60s. Okay. She started out at the Kettle and she worked there as not necessarily a server. She was like, she called it maintenance. They would have her do sweeping the Kettle, the restaurant, bussing, cleaning the dishes and everything, mopping the bathrooms, everything that you can think of that was other than serving food or cooking food. That's what her job was. She took that job and she was there for like 3 years, maybe 4 years. She said close to 4 years she was there. And she really wanted the job working in the department store because that's where all the ladies worked that wore nice clothes. And she wanted to be a sales rep. She called it a sales rep, but it's a, what it is. She wanted to work in McAlbin's as a sales clerk. And it just wasn't an opportunity for her. It wasn't a Black woman's job. Okay. they had all white women working in there. Okay. And all the women that worked in the kettle with her were all white women. She just happened to be the only black woman there. A job promotion for her went from being the utility person of doing all the messy jobs in the kettle to now becoming a waitress, a server. That was a come up for her. Her goal was to get to McAlbin's to work in the store. And then she became a server, did that for about a year. She got unbelievably lucky. The lady that was the hiring manager at McAlbin's came in the kettle every day and ate lunch. My grandmother would have never got an opportunity to be a sales clerk in McAlbin's if she wasn't the server of the hiring lady, the lady from HR. She got that opportunity because my grandmother had a personality that everybody loved, including this lady. And this lady stepped out, this white lady stepped out for my grandmother and brought her into the McAlbin's department store. And she wasn't even a sales clerk. She was working in there as in the seamstress department in the back, not servicing anybody. She was a seamstress. She was back there in the wedding department, where she worked as a seamstress. That's what that was. And eventually, she got a job out on the sales floor in the wedding gown department. That's where she was. She didn't start in the wedding. That's where she ended up ending. Well, she ended up in like the little boys, or I don't know, juniors or something like that. She ended up somewhere selling, and did that for years, on top of years, on top of years. And then they ended up promoting her in the same department where she started, which was she was doing the alterations of wedding dresses, because she could sew and do all that type of stuff. And they had her doing that. And then she eventually got a job in that same department as a sales rep. Just a clerk, no commission, made them hourly wage, and spent 42 years in that organization. How many other black women were able to do that? How many black men were able to do that in that era? This is the same era that you say that these black women decided to choose welfare over a man when the man couldn't really get a job. I'm not saying that I'm right. I just think that there's more elements to, you have to do what you have to do sometimes. Now, I do believe, before I go back to the phone lines, I do believe that adding that played a major part in women using that now as a tool, where if they did get in a situation and didn't want to be with a man, yeah, I could see how it could probably be used and say, hey, I don't need you. I got alternative. I got other plans. I got options. I don't have to be with you if I don't want to be with you. But I just still to my soul, I just don't believe that the only reason why we ended up on welfare is because they chose welfare over the man. Maybe it was because of how I was raised. Maybe it's because of what I seen. I just, for a guy who had predominantly women in his family, being my mother, my grandmother, my aunts, I had predominantly women in my family. I don't think that they were manless because they chose welfare. That's not it. I just think there were some guys that just was, not committed to taking care of their responsibilities, and not, I just think that there were some things just like today. You can't say that okay, just for argument's sake, is it fair to say that a woman that has a baby with a child, with a kid, with a guy, and they have a kid, that she should get married to him regardless of who he is and what he do? So in other words, y'all just want some slaves. You just want women. Now, better decisions need to be made. She shouldn't be with this dude if she can't be with. No sense in playing like y'all playing house and having babies with one another if y'all can't stand each other to be with each other. You see what I'm saying? You got to fix that first. But I don't know. Let me go to the phone lines. There's someone that's saying that I'm wrong, so I'm willing to hear it. Good afternoon, caller.
What's up, Wyatt and Show? So I ain't calling it twice, but bro, let me just add this. Okay, I shouldn't have said that you were wrong.
Okay. If I am, I am.
Because everything you're saying is true about what was going on in the Black community in America at that time, as far as the job market, the economy, the whole 9 yards. But the part that you left out, which is very crucial. Okay. When that money came to the cities from the Civil Rights Bill, I think it was 65.
Okay.
Prior to that, marriage was what you do if you get a woman pregnant.
Okay.
That was just part of it. Okay. So then, huh?
I said, I understand. I believe that. I know that
okay.
to be true.
All right. So then this money comes available for single mothers in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened, like you said, these couples, they had an incentive to not get married because, like you said, we struggling, okay? TV had Good Times. They had a Black family struggling, but they weren't on welfare. Before that show, you had a show called Claudine.
I remember. Starring
Diane Carroll, about a Black female nurse who had kids. I think her husband died in the military or something. I don't remember exactly. But her boyfriend, James Earl Jones, they started a good relationship.
Okay.
But she couldn't, she wanted to marry him, but she couldn't, because if she did, she would lose her assistance, right?
Okay, what show was that?
Huh?
What show was that again? I'm sorry.
It was called Claudine.
Okay, I remember that. Now, did he have a really good job?
Yeah, I think he was a bus driver, I think.
Okay.
He had a good job.
Okay.
Right? And he was basically courting her. But Claudine was in that position. And that's why I called back in. Because
wait a minute.
Sometimes
Hold on,
couples,
bro. I just want to address something that you said. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I want to add something to what you're talking about, if I may, because it might make you see things a little bit different on that note. Maybe not. But let me just add this to it. You're talking about a show, okay? You're talking about something that was scripted and written, and it may have been holding up a certain agenda. It may have been set.
I know, that's why I said it the way I said it. Claudine came out first, which depicted a young Black single mother, right? Struggling, had a job, but she needed assistance from the government. This new money that became available, okay? And she knew if she married this guy, she would lose her money, okay? So what I was getting ready to say before you jumped in was, sometimes the couples would sit down and decide, Wyatt, because I saw it when I was growing up. I was born in 1960. So in the 70s, my mother had friends like that, where the couple decided to stay together, but they could not get married. Okay. That's why in the show Claudine, all the gifts that her boyfriend was giving her, when the social worker came to the house, they had to hide all that stuff, right? Because they would come and look and see how you living. And if you live in a certain way, you're going to lose your assistance. Okay. So what I'm saying, back then, Wyatt, Black couples decided it would be better for them and the family to not get married so she can get the assistance until things change and the husband can, get married and support his family.
But that's not marrying the government. And
I know I'm not disagreeing with everything you said about the situation, but the way you framed it, that people were saying Black women chose the government over their men.
But that's what they say.
Yes, some of them did. The husband and the woman decided it's better for us financially. We stay together. I know when the welfare, I come out, we straighten everything up, like a man don't live there. But they're still together. They're just not married, and she's getting the assistance.
Right, but here's the thing. I think the narratives are different. I think what you're saying is absolutely right, but I think it's a come up back then. Look, I ain't gonna mess this money up. See what I'm saying? We ain't gonna mess the church money up.
No, not Wyatt. Not Wyatt. Listen to what I'm telling you, bro.
Okay.
The fraudulent activity didn't really start until the late 70s.
That's not true.
Okay, I'm talking about the fraud. In the beginning,
what you just described is fraudulent to the welfare system.
But you got to understand, Black people have always adapted
but you can't
to
say
their
that,
surroundings for survival.
And that's all.
This was a means of survival for two Black people to raise their family.
But that right there that you just described does not fit in the narrative that Black women married the government and kicked their men out and made it seem like it was like they didn't need a man. You're blaming the government for a man.
You're right. Wyatt. Okay, that's what the narrative became over the years, because there was never any clarity.
But how
There's no platforms like this.
But how do you make? But wait a minute, hold on, bro. How do we change the messed up, scrambled ass narrative of Black women left men or decided to marry the government instead of marrying their men? That's not the same as what you just described. You and I both agree to that. But now, if you think about it and you listen to that same point, you would think, oh, they just out here having babies and they married to the government and that's how they've been doing it. And that's not the same thing. Back then, it was more of a security for both the man and the woman. Now, it is not the security of a man and a woman. It's just a security for the woman. So I don't understand how, I don't get it.
I know you don't. Again, it's like we are a product of our environment, what we grew up around and what we've seen, okay? I'm from a different era than you. I was born in 1960. You were born in what, 1970 something?
You know everything.
Okay, so all I'm telling you, why in the beginning, because that's what you were talking about, even with Twin, about that time period in the early years of the welfare assistance. Okay. So yes, it's evolved into, some people abuse it. Women in the 80s, my sister-in-law got caught up in that shit. She got caught up, right? And she the more babies she had, the more money she would get. Okay, she would never admit it, a mom, unless she's a psychopath. That's the incentive was there, Wyatt. And my sister-in-law had 2 husbands. Okay. That's a whole nother story, but my point is, Wyatt, in the beginning,
I know what you're saying, and I'm with you on that. We agree.
Okay.
And I do
in the
see
beginning, it's evolved into some bullshit.
Yeah,
you're right.
No doubt. I can see how, once somebody's seen a way of separating the families and incentivizing bad behavior, because that's what they did. When you
the government, yes.
When you incentivize bad behavior, this is the outcome. And that's when you have a bunch of women. I've always been, hard on some of this. My arguments have been pretty hard on some ladies, and they didn't appreciate it, but they didn't understand. I was coming from a good place. I was who I was referencing. I was that guy.
Yes, we have women. Yes. And again, you leaving out something else that was happening at that time, the feminist movement. I mean, you told a good story about your auntie.
Right.
The feminist movement was raging then. And the whole where a single mom can survive, maybe with a little help from the government, she don't necessarily have to have that man, okay? Well, because you got, at the time, why it was a lot of stuff going on in this country. Vietnam, it was bad for the brothers, okay? It was bad for the brothers. And I'm just telling you, back then, sometimes the government was used as a strategy to keep the family together and survive without breaking it apart. That's all. That's all I really wanted to add.
No,
because
I appreciate
again,
that.
I'm an OG.
Yeah, no, I
literally.
I appreciate that, but I just think that the argument of today does not really fit the truth of yesterday. Back then, it was not put in place, and it was not put in place initially to destroy the Black family. And my argument to that would be, it wasn't just a Black thing. See, if it was like the Tetris shot or some shit like that affected Black people directly, that would be something different. But we're talking about a system that was used by both Black women and white women. And for us to just, sit here and say that it ruined the Black family, did it ruin the white family?
Yes, Wyatt. Yes. No, listen, it affected marriage in the Black community drastically. Okay, because all you got to do is look at the marriage numbers before the Civil Rights Act was passed and look at the marriage numbers. Now, it's been a steady decline because, again, with the women's feminist movement, women were made to believe that they don't need a man. They can survive and raise that child without him.
But wait a minute. Let me ask you, was that just black women that were led to believe that?
Of course not.
Okay,
it was America. You can't pass anything specifically.
Why aren't we having that same argument with white women that took the same incentives as black women did? You guys don't ever say.
We are not a monolith now. But back during that time period, most black people lived the same way.
Okay.
A small percentage had money.
Wait a minute.
Okay. It was just the way the government was evolving at the time. We didn't break out until the 80s economically when black people were living different lives. But back then, Wyatt, yes, we were a monolith. We were a block.
Wait a minute.
We were black people. We were black vote.
Okay.
They knew where to go. They knew
wait a minute. Drop, because you educated. You know this. What was the clip back then? What was the clip back then?
What do you mean?
What was the voter clip? It's 90. It's 88. It's 90%.
No, back then, more black people were registered as Republican than Democrat.
Okay. So that's not being more of a monolith. That's the opposite.
I'm telling you, it changed because of that money that was put into the black community by the Democrat Party at the time.
And there went the shift.
That's how the vote switched.
And there went the shift.
That's how it starts switching.
I'm not arguing that at all. I think where I'm at with it is I feel it to be unfair. Okay. Stay with me on this, because you didn't change the point. You didn't change the subject on me when I'm trying to make this argument. Make it make sense to me how we could say black women married the government, but we can't say that white women didn't marry the government. Make that make sense to me.
I'll make it make sense. Why? Because a black man is talking to a black audience. They don't want to hear the comparison of white people.
Say it again. Repeat that.
Okay. I'll repeat that.
I was reading a comment. My bad.
Okay. When a black man is talking to a black audience about a black condition, and he brings up white people as a comparison, you lose the audience. They're going to argue with you because white people. No, listen, Wyatt.
Go ahead.
White people are different from black people because of the economic status of the majority of white people. Small portion of white people are poor. In the black community at this time period, 80 to 90% of black people lived in poverty. It was bad.
Wait a minute, hold on. You said
so you can't say.
Wait a minute. You just said that there's a small portion of white people that are poor in this country.
Yes.
Okay. I don't agree with that.
If you compare the proportion of black people versus white,
that's different.
That's all I'm saying. I'm answering your question.
No.
I'm answering your original question.
You have to be
why?
You're not. That's
why the way people react when somebody uses white people.
I don't
to
care.
Compare.
I don't care about that. This is a point.
Then why did you bring white people up?
Because I'm trying to tell you that I don't believe that black women married the government over their men. I think there were other conditions.
You're right. What you're saying is a true statement.
I know, but what I'm saying to you is, why don't you ever hear that same thing about white women who have been 3 times the amount?
Because it don't matter to the black community.
But listen, that's what we need to stop paying attention to, of the things that don't matter. We need to start paying more attention to the things that people don't want to really talk about. I just find it offensive to say that. I don't think it's the truth. I think there were other things in place. I think you and I can find a common ground on that. I think.
You 100%.
Okay, so why should we be living in 2026 still saying, and I hear it from people on this show, that black women married the government over their men? I think it got to a point where certain things gravitated to that, but it wasn't the initial plan, because it was a system that both white women and black women were on. So I don't know how they don't get the same type of grief that black women got, when in fact there's more of them utilizing the system. There's more of them getting paid out that system, and it's more of them that they might not have. It might not be the same percentage. You can't go percentile. That's not a fair argument. We have a lower population, so I know we might have a higher population of our pop that's doing it. That's a different argument. My thing is, I just don't believe that women married the government. I think there were other things in place that forced us to have to take that, what you want to call a handout. I think economically, it was just it wasn't working out for us in the job market. My grandmother was a perfect example of that. She wasn't with my grandfather. It wasn't really my grandfather, it's my uncle's father, my step grandfather. She wasn't with him. She wasn't not with him because she wasn't going to get her in, her job, her welfare and stuff. She wasn't with him because he was an abuser. He was an abuser. He beat her ass. He had other women. He did the shit that men do that women don't want to be bothered with. And how is she supposed to feed her family if there's not a system out there or some type of government assistance out there? What is this woman supposed to do? Stay with an abuser?
No. And again, Wyatt, your point is well taken, bro. I'm not arguing against, because it all happened in the Black community. But what I'm saying is, within the Black community, if you were born before 1980, let's just say 1980, prior to 1980, you know somebody in your family or even yourself that has some type of government assistance.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So what I'm saying, yes, there's more white people in America than Black people, but Black people as a whole in America needed that assistance urgently. And that's why the bill was passed. That's why Martin Luther King was standing behind the president when it was signed, because it was intended for the Black community when it was signed. Okay. The Civil Rights Act. Mm-hmm. And that money helped the Black community a lot. And yes, all these things were happening within the Black community as well as in the white community, but it impacted the Black community way more because of the history of this country. And at that time, why you had Vietnam vets, like you said, you got abusers, you got all these Black men,
unemployable,
who were
not employable,
in situations
not employable
that was not favorable to raising a family. So a woman at the time had a choice to make. And that's all.
That's not much of a choice, bro.
It evolved
that is not
to the point that's making you say the statements that you're saying.
Yeah, that's not much of a choice.
It evolved into the welfare queen, the Black people choosing the government over the man and all that.
Let me do this.
It evolved into that.
Let me do this. Fair argument. Great points. I'm with you with everything you say. But now let me just say this. When you hear what I hear, the perception that I have is Black women didn't give a shit about they men, and they chose to get free money over the man, and they would kick him out. They would get subsidized housing. They would get the welfare. They would get the food stamps, and they chose that over a man. And that's the perception you get.
And I'll tell you why.
Whoa. I don't care why. We know why.
It's generational. Your generation, Wyatt, your generation, the parents were making these choices, okay? And again, that's why you hear it the way you hear it. And it bothers you.
Yeah, because listen, I'm not the starter. I wasn't part of the starter kit of this, okay? I came from the generation that just heard it and never seen it. Okay,
exactly.
I'm not from the original birth of the problem. Okay, so if you hear things, just like now, when you hear people say it, I think Twin may have said it. My argument with Twin has been what my position is now. And when he was on the phone, he was like, but you kept calling me a liar or whatever. And I'm like, Twin, no, I just have a difference of opinion. He said, well, Black women did take welfare over they men. And I'm like, bro, that doesn't sound right to me. There's circumstances involved. They didn't just say, oh, I'm going to go have a baby with a man. Not at the beginning. I'm going to have a baby with a man. And if him and I don't work out, I got a safety net. That's not how it worked out. There was a reason why some of the men couldn't be with the women, because they weren't employable. They didn't have jobs out here. And she had to be able to get the benefits. And one of the stigmas, one of the rules is if she get the benefits, he can't be here. That only makes sense. That same situation goes on now. If you have a baby mama and she's receiving subsidized housing and EBT, he can be in the house, but the numbers of the benefits are going to go down because it's based on income. At least the housing is. I don't know how the EBT system works, but they're not telling you he can't be there, but he has to contribute. And to be honest with you, I see absolutely nothing wrong with a system that says if a man is going to be in your house, he needs to be able to pick up some of the slack, if not all of it, most of it. I don't see any problem with that. Now, the problem that I do see is in the 60s, early 70s, if the job market wasn't there, then how can he squeeze any juice out of a turnip when there's no juice out there? There's no turnips, there's nothing out there that he can get. But now, if you tell a girl who live in Winton Terrace, they have options. You can't tell me that a girl that live in Winton Terrace or subsidized housing is told no man can live here. That's not the rule. I worked for Metropolitan Housing 25 years ago. It wasn't the rule then, and it's not the rule now. If a man moves into your unit, he has to go in and go through the same testing that she had to go through, the same criteria, the same application, and the same thing happens for him. It's like, hey, if you have income, that income is used to determine what your rent is. That's only fair. But to sit here on this narrative of black women, they married the government and that kicked men out of here, I don't think that it's a fair argument. I think there's more to it than just they wanted black men out of the home. I can't buy that. I can't buy it.
Okay, why? You're right. It wasn't a government plot to take the black man out of the home. It wasn't. Like I said, Martin Luther King helped draft that legislation. Okay, that wasn't the intent. But again, when you're talking about government laws, okay, sometimes they have to be changed, and it's only the people, because they did change some of the welfare laws back in it was the early 2000s. Somebody changed. I don't remember who, but some of the stuff you were talking about was taken out of those requirements. But the bottom line is, Wyatt, the bottom line is...
Let me ask you something, Drop. Can I ask you a question about, because you have the history of the 60s, right? That's what I was just getting ready to say. It's generational. Right. I got to ask you a question about the 60s in this. And please be as honest. I know you'll be as honest as possible. And if you don't know the answer, please at least give us the honesty of saying you don't know, okay? Be fair. Mm-hmm. Be fair. In the 60s, when women had, black women, let's be specific, in the 60s, when black women had the option of having Section 8, I don't know what it was called, but it was subsidized housing back then. Was there a requirement that they couldn't have a man in the house, or anybody that's going to live in the house has to go through the same interview process and the same application as the woman that's on the lease? Were men told they couldn't be on the lease because they couldn't come at all, or were they told that they couldn't be living in the house because they weren't on the lease? I mean, what was it? Do you know?
Well, okay, again, the assistance is for the mother and the child. Single women didn't get the same assistance that a single mother with children, okay? So the housing was projects. It was housing projects specifically for single parents, okay? If you were married, I don't know if you would qualify to be in the project. And if you did, it would be because, like you said, your economic status.
But wait a minute. You wanted to go to, you referenced a TV show, right?
Which one?
No, you referenced
Good Times. Good Times. They lived in the project,
right? Well, you referenced, what was the first one? Not
Claudine.
You referenced that, and I'll reference Good Times. Good Times had a husband and a wife in a unit.
Yeah, but they were struggling.
Florida. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what? Florida had an option, right? I'm going to marry my husband and we're going to work this out and we're going to struggle together. She didn't choose to just marry the government and live in that unit by herself. That's kind of like my point. Y'all trying to make it seem like that black women married the government over black men. I don't think that's the case. I think what happened is there were men that didn't. Hold on.
Why?
What am I missing here?
I keep telling you, there's the evolution of the welfare system. It evolved into what you're saying.
I got you. Jerica Vaughn said, hold on. Jerica said that was a requirement. No man in the house.
Right.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. So if I had, let's go back. Let's go back. If I had a woman that had a baby back then, what year is it? Tell me the year.
1975.
Okay, perfect year. So if I had a child with a woman who lived in metropolitan housing in Cincinnati, Ohio, we had a 3-year-old, okay? And she's on the lease. Does that mean that her and I, we can't be together, like seeing each other? Can I not go live in that unit if I get on the lease with that lady? Like, they have to do the requirements. They have to check my income, check my record, my background.
No, that's not how it works when you on government assistance. It don't work like that. Either you get married and get off, or you stay on it and you got to follow the requirements, which means you're not married, you don't have a man supporting you, so you qualify for these benefits.
When did that start?
That was way in the beginning.
No.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Okay. When did it start that the man can actually live in the house?
That was in the mid 2000s. I want to say it was Obama that got it changed.
Okay.
I think it was during his 2 terms.
Okay.
He got something taken out of it that basically to dispel the myth that black people were marrying the government because they couldn't have a man in the house.
And I can understand why he felt that way. Now, what I'm trying to get a better understanding on is if a man and a woman like Florida and James of Good Times, they were able to do it. So you're saying 10 years prior.
Yes, because they're from the 60s. They were already married.
10 years prior.
And then James went on hard times. It was hard in America at that time, and they was struggling. And James even thought about leaving so she could get the assistance.
Well, what I'm saying to you is the reason why he would have had to leave is because he would have had to show, like, he would have to.
They wouldn't have qualified.
I understand. What? Because he had a job, or is it because he was just a man in the house?
He's a man in the house contributing.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. A man in the house contributing.
Because again, the assistance is for single mothers with children.
So those were the only people that qualified for welfare back then. I'm just asking,
no,
bro.
I didn't say that. I said there's different levels of benefits. Even back then, a man could get government assistance.
Right. So
they called it something different. But if you had a child and you were a woman, you got better benefits. Because again, the way our society was, marriage was normal. It was always 2 people. And then with that, you have family. So people didn't necessarily turn to the government. That didn't change until the 60s. That's what I'm telling you. All these programs got an influx of money.
I understand.
And these cities, they designed the programs and the government put out the criteria.
What I'm saying,
and
what I'm saying is this. I'm not disagreeing that the programs smashed us. We on common ground on that, right? The programs actually smashed.
That's America, though. Wyatt.
Hold on.
That's America.
But what I'm saying to you is, you could see the success. We were 72% marital rate back in the 20s, 30s, and the 40s. Okay.
Right.
It was the programs that actually smashed it. That's not even an argument. But I do believe to say that black women married the government instead of their men is not explaining the whole situation. It sounds finger pointing at the woman more so than the man to me. And I'm not trying to just.
Well, Wyatt, the woman in this entire situation has the ultimate power. That's just how it is. Okay. And there are some women who again,
I don't know.
They may think that I would rather get money from the government and get money from my man and get money from maybe another man.
See.
Maybe that's because, again, it's the lifestyle that the mother chooses to live. That is what it has evolved into.
I know.
Okay.
I know. And
again, it affected the Black family because people were not getting married to keep the family together because you had support from the rest of the family. And that's just how things used to be.
I understand.
But this is a evolving society, Wyatt. And now with high tech, it's just going to be generational, bro. I mean, because I'm just going to say it. Even Twin said it when he was talking about Jordan and LeBron.
Okay.
He was like, it's different. If I never got a chance to see Jordan and I grew up watching LeBron, I'm going to be pro LeBron.
Yeah, that's not what he
All
said.
right?
That's not.
So the whole view on welfare in the Black community, Wyatt, it's just different.
Well,
it's just different than what it was when you were growing up, when I was growing up, when Twin was growing up. 3 different generations.
We can simplify it that way, but it still leaves a bad stain or taste in the mouth when people give it this, when they say what they say about it. It doesn't sound right. I know it's not right. I know there's other reasons why things worked out the way it did, but it just doesn't sound, I don't like to hear people say, and I guess it's because of how I was raised, like where I came from.
That's it. It's generational, bro.
Yeah, but the problem,
you getting old.
No, bro. It's not that. I'm talking about how I seen things growing up, and it's like I don't believe. Like I grew up where men was having like, bro, I got a brother that's like 7 months younger than me. I mean, men were going from house to house and women to woman and doing these things. I just don't know a lot of, why would a woman want to, like, let me just ask you this. A woman that was going through these things in the 30s, when marriage rate was 72% in the Black community, it sounds great, but what were our women going through? They were going through unnecessary problems. They were going through abuse. They were going through things that is Neanderthal, that are just way throwback caveman type shit. And one of the reasons why the welfare thing opened up, it gave women another option. It gave them a tool to break away from shit like that. My grandmother was into that type shit. She chose to get a job and live in metropolitan housing and stuff like that. She raised a family on her own because she didn't want to be with an abusive man. She didn't want to go through those things. You can't say that woman chose the government over that bullshit that she was dealing with her husband, my step grandfather. You can't. That's not a fair argument to say that she chose to do something that was better for her livelihood, meaning her life, like getting money and taking care of her body and her back in the 20s and the 30s, them women dealt with a lot more from a man. And it's not a fair assessment when you say, well, we were more successful back then. We had marriages and the family was together. Yeah, they were together, but was everybody happy? Was everybody happy? Was daddy not an abuser? Was he not knocking her head up against the wall? Was he not having children outside of their marriage? Was he not raising other families? What's normal about that? And that shit was happening.
I know, but see why, before I go, all I got to say is, shout out to Black women, because without Black women carrying the Black community, we would not be where we are today. Okay. So
that goes both ways.
Your question would have to be answered by a woman. Okay. Because women have different reasons. Like I said, why women have different reasons for why they want money. Okay. So it really doesn't matter where the money comes from. But if they need that money to live a certain way, and the opportunity presents itself, some women, I don't care when you talking, because it's just human nature, they will do what they have to do to get that money.
Well, no, they will do what they have to do to survive.
So I'm just telling you why.
They'll do what they have to do to survive.
Maybe,
That's what
maybe a woman can answer your question better, but I'm telling you,
let me read
throughout history of this world, women have figured out how to keep shit together.
Well, let me read this comment from my man Vernon. Okay. He said, you'll never hear a man say, my girl kicked me out because I'm a bum. He'll use a cop-out and say, my girl kicked me out because she'd rather marry the government. We have to stop accepting these cop-outs and face the facts. That's exactly it, bro. That's
right.
Exactly,
that's why I like Vernon. He keep it real.
Exactly
he listens.
On point.
And he
Vernon,
a good opinion.
Hold on. Vernon, the only reason why a guy can have that excuse is because the narrative that's been put out there about marrying the damn government. That's my whole point. We got to stop having these in-house ass excuses, bro. I understand that the job market was bad in the 60s and the 70s. I get that. But, bro, how was the job market back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s? It wasn't all that great. We became self-sufficient. It was the one time when black businesses were at its highest level. We talk about marriage rates back then, but what was at its most highest level back then was independent black-owned businesses where black people spent dollars amongst each other. That's the major accomplishment right there. We can look at marriage and say, well, we were as a family, we was this. But no, I'm going to tell you, I think it's more economical than anything. I think when people are happy, we make better decisions. When people are happy, we make better choices in our decision making on things that we stay frames ahead of stuff. You have more to lose when you're happy because you make better decisions. Better decisions allow you in better positions in life. That's the bottom line. So I don't know how great women were feeling in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s when they were married to us, but I know that they didn't have the options that they had in the 60s. And maybe those options opened up women to do things different because of the abuse they were going through. And then, don't get it twisted. I'm with you. I'm with you, Drop. I'm with you. Those programs ruined us. They ruined us, okay? It didn't take away the abuse because you still got women that's living by themselves, getting all the benefits, all of the shit that they getting from the government, and they still abused. They still get abused. See what I'm saying? So we can't say that it ended the abuse. We can't say that. But what we can say, it did cause a problem where bad behavior and bad decision, I think we'll have a common ground here. Bad decisions and bad decisions have been rewarded. Okay, they have been rewarded. There's no reason, Drop, and I know I'm about to lose everybody when I say this.
Here you go again.
There is no reason why a woman should have 5 kids with 4 or 5 different men. You can't incentivize that type of behavior. Now, them kids are not going to starve, not in the United States of America, even with that person making those bad decisions. Okay, and it's not just the woman. It's irresponsible. Oh, no. Hell no. It's not. It's not, bro. Let me just say this to you. Wait a minute, let me say this. Let me make my point. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong, but let me make my point. Okay. I know I'm wrong. You keep saying women got to make that decision. Let me tell you what I was taught as a little boy by my mama. My mother always told me, and I ain't talking about a little bitty boy. She told me as a teenager, ain't no way in hell you about to be with Susie and she got 3 kids with 3 different men. You about to be number 4. So you trying to tell me that a man don't have an option to deal with a woman? He has just as much choice. The woman can say yes. She can stay being irresponsible. But a man has an opportunity to hold his own ground of responsibility as well. Why would I go with a woman that has 4 kids with 4 different men? I'm asking to be number 5. I'm just as responsible or irresponsible as she is. That's crazy, bro. You don't think so? You don't think so? Wait a minute.
It was something, Wyatt.
Come on, bro. Come on. See, you don't think that.
Okay. You trolling listen, now. Wyatt. Listen.
You trolling now.
No, I'm not. Okay. Again, women have the ultimate power. Okay? They control how men make decisions. Okay, so again, Wyatt, the fact that women decide to go apply for the welfare, Women decide to have the baby. Women decide to have sex with the man. Women decide to let that man talk to him. Women decide if she's gonna let him marry her. Women are the ones who have the ultimate power, Wyatt. So it's their decisions that are being made in these scenarios. And that's what I'm saying. You need to talk to a woman, because what you're saying about what the man does or doesn't do in this situation, it comes down to the woman. Because you could ask a woman, well, why did you stay with that man and he beat you 2 or 3 times a month? And she'll say, it was worth taking that ass whooping to keep my family together.
Yes, some women will say that.
Okay, so again, I'm telling you, I don't even see why at your age you don't realize this, that women have all the power.
I never said
it's how they use that power.
I never said that. I agree with that to a certain extent. Also, but I never see, you got to understand, they do have the power of decision making. They have the power of choice. Their first choice. They're the ultimate decision maker when it comes down to the bottom line. They make that ultimate decision. But we as men have a responsibility of what's in front of us too. It's almost like, why would I go rob a bank? Okay, I'm a bank robber. Why would I go rob a bank where the police are standing right in front of the door? That's a bad decision. The police standing right outside the door, bro. Why would I go rob that bank? Wouldn't I rob a bank that didn't have as much security or didn't have a red flag sitting right in front of it? A woman that makes those type of bad decisions of having 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different men, that is a red flag, bro. And it took me to approach her to enter that red flag arena. I made the decision at the beginning. Now, yes, she has the ultimate decision of if she gonna let me play. Yes, she has that decision. But you can't. I'm just as responsible as making that bad decision as she is. I approached her. I kicked it with her. Chances are, bro, if you any man that I know man to be, the motherfucker lied to her about everything just to get in the panties. And he probably didn't have to, but he did. Oh, baby, I'm going to take care of all them kids. Oh, baby, I'm going to be the man that you ain't never had. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It ain't a woman on here that have not been, every woman on here, damn near every woman, because I see Mama Deb on here. She been married since Jesus was born. So I ain't going to, they've been together forever and they family to me. But every woman on here that's ever dated and has ever been in a relationship with a knucklehead has been lied to. He's always made fake ass promises. He's always said he was going to do more than what he was even capable of doing. He always said he was going to do some shit that he's not even going to attempt to do. And soon as he get the sex, he changes. And sometimes it's too late. Okay, sometimes the child is already conceived and now he's starting to change. And the bottom line is, bro, we make that decision. Most of the time, we make the approach on the woman. The woman with 4 kids, with 5 kids, 4 different dudes or 5 dudes, whatever, that woman ain't approaching me. That she probably attractive, she probably fine, she probably all that shit that a dude is going after. He's approaching her. And as soon as he finds out, and here go the difference. That man will still talk to her when he know what he walking into. She got 5 babies, 5 different baby daddies. He ain't trying to be there. He ain't trying to be there. So in his intent is for what his personal needs are.
So Wyatt, it's only one reason he with her. You know what it is, but you just don't want to say it.
I just said it. I ain't beat around no corners or beat no bushes. I said it. You know what I'm saying? The reason why he's there is because
so who allows him to do it?
That's okay.
She does, because if she doesn't, that's rape.
Wait a minute, brother. It's
okay. So again, Wyatt, without bashing black women, okay, they ultimately have all the power. It don't matter what dude doing.
Yes, they can say no. But you know what?
Okay.
Here go the other
running
thing.
From that.
I'm not. But you missing my point, brother. In other words, if I'm at the club tonight, let's just say I'm
went from the bank to the club. Go ahead.
Whatever, man. You know I got this explain it my kind of way. I'm from down the way. If I go to the club, if I go to Lucy's in the Sky, watch Mama Burks. If I go to Lucy's in the Sky tonight, and I happen to see this bad girl at the bar. She bad. Everything I love. Bad. And then when I walk over there and talk to her, and I get to know her a little bit, and I say, you know, hey, how you been? Blah, blah, blah. And she tell me, well, I got 5 kids. My conversation is over. I don't care how bad she is. See, that's a man knowing his knowing not to run in some shit where give her an opportunity to say yes to some shit I might be lying about. I'm not about to do that.
And some dudes will say, let me be baby daddy number 6.
Exactly. Now, whose problem is that?
Who again, it ultimately goes back to the woman, right? Without bashing women.
No. Who initiated it? She can say yes. She can say no. She holds a high responsibility. I get it. But that man has equal responsibility in saying to that woman, knowing the condition. If I walk into a burning house, I know I can get burned. If I walk into a bank that's guarded and I try to rob the bank, I'm probably going to jail. If I deal with a woman, wait a minute. If I deal with a woman,
maybe bro just want to smash. What you talking about?
I know. If I deal with a woman that got 5 kids with 5 different men, if I'm dealing with her, I'm throwing rocks at being number 6. I'm throwing rocks at her.
No, because you're going to be strapped up. You don't care. You just trying to smash. You don't care if she got 12 kids.
And that's exactly what number 5.
You just want to smash.
That's exactly what guy number 5 was doing. Strapping up and they would, whatever. Shit get a certain kind of way and then the strap come off. They both made that decision. Now his
things happen. The IUD slip.
No,
I forgot to take my pill. All kind of shit happened.
No, bro. It's not just one person making that bad decision. It's 2 people. It's 2 people making that bad decision. I don't know how you don't see it that way.
Again.
So drop. Let me ask you a question.
The glass is half empty over there. To me, it's half full.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, drop. You like going? You like going where? You like going to Thailand?
I'm going to Thailand next month.
You like going to Thailand. Now, drop, I ain't wishing it on you, so I'm going to knock on wood right here on my desk. I'm going to knock on wood. If you take your ass over to Thailand and get a girl pregnant, that's the girl's fault? You ain't had shit to do. Why is that your fault? But explain your logic. Now it's your fault, but it's not your fault if you get a girl pregnant here at home in the United States of America.
Well, because over in Thailand, it's transaction. So I would be stupid not to strap up over there. Plus, I'm 65, bro. Okay. But I get your point.
That don't make
any difference. But Thailand is a different situation. Okay. But that same situation, hold on. But the same situation could happen in America where a dude at the strip club, right? Mm. He in the what you call the VIP section, and she says yes. It's the transaction goes down, and boom, she get pregnant.
So whose fault is that?
No, who has the ultimate decision to make?
Wait a minute.
It's her. She decides.
So he don't have shit to do with that.
He don't have nothing to do with it. He already made the transaction. She can go get the morning after pill.
First of all,
she can have an abortion. She can have the baby.
First of all,
it's all on her.
First of all, one of the things I'm very strong at is contractual law. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. If you engage in a contract with someone, you're just as if you're incentivized to be into this contract, you're in the party. Both parties have equal responsibility in this contract. So if you have a transactional deal with someone, what?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, we're gonna leave that right there.
The woman has the ultimate power in any relationship.
That's not true.
With a man.
That's not true. What you just said. The
woman has all the power.
Let me take this retainer.
Whatever Wyatt, stop.
I have to be able to talk. I got my retainer in. I got to get at you on this one. Hold on. You can talk. You can finish. I just wanted to take my retainer out.
Well, again, like I said, and I'm pretty sure every woman in that chat agrees with me.
No, they don't.
Okay.
I hope
the woman has always. Why do you think this society is what it is? Because women have made the decisions.
Oh my God.
To make sure things work properly.
Oh my God, bro.
Okay, so that's all. And now, but with this topic that we're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
Every situation, why it comes down to the woman, unless the guy is raping or kidnapping or whatever, but that ain't what we talking about.
Yes,
we talking about a consensual situation where it could or could not lead to a child who may or may not be on assistance or get married. It comes down to the woman in every single
You know what, Drop?
situation.
I'm not going to lie to you, brother. I used to think that way. And I probably had strong arguments when I used to think that way as well. But then I had to really reason with myself and say that, you know, if two people engage in something that's not right, both of them have equal opportunity of equal responsibility in the in the outcome. And if I have if I have irresponsible sex with a woman and something comes out of it, I'm equally responsible for the outcome as she is. To sit back and just say that it's her because she has the ultimate decision make, that's not that's not how you equate it. It doesn't work that way. But in an
ideal situation with two responsible people, yes, you're right. That will happen. But that's not always the situation. Okay? And that's just how it is in 2026. It has evolved into that.
Well, y'all better be lucky I ain't God.
I'm just saying, Wyatt, it is.
Y'all better be lucky I am not God. Listen, man, let me tell you something about a vulnerable woman, if I may. Ladies, I can't speak for you. I'm just giving you
you're getting ready to.
No, I'm not. I'm giving my opinion of what I know a vulnerable woman will deal with. Not only will a vulnerable woman deal with a liar, a deceptive person, and things that like that abuser you were talking about, there's also a vulnerable woman out there that has 3 kids or 4 kids by 3 or 4 different dudes. And if Prince Charming comes along and lies his way right into her pants, do you know the thing? Not every woman at a certain point, this girl could have 3 kids with 3 different guys, and that all could have started at 16 and could have ended at 22. Okay, or 21. She got 3 kids, 3 different dudes, and made immature decisions. Okay, now she's 25. She realizes what kind of man and what she really wants in life. And here comes Prince Charming, lying and talking about how he'll take care of all the kids and he got a good job and he's everything that she's ever wanted. And he's describing it, he's faking it. And she end up getting with this dude. She's vulnerable. She's at a point in her life where she understands some of the mistakes she may have made. Okay. And now it's time to look for dudes that are doing things a little bit better. And then I come in and I use Quinn's term. I pump fake to her that I'm all these things that these other guys weren't. And I end up getting her pregnant. But I lied. I said a lot of deceptive things to make her believe other. You don't find me to be, you don't think I'm responsible for the conditions that I put her in and myself? You don't think that's an equal? You think just because she listened and accepted the lies, she didn't know, she was deceived, but accepted the lies, and I was going to change her life? You really think that whole problem of having a baby with me was just her fault? That's her fault.
You just said it was her fault. You said she was vulnerable. You said she was
that don't mean
no, that's what you just said.
What I'm saying is her being vulnerable.
You said you described her emotional state when this dude came into her life.
I mean, she had 3 kids by the time she was 21, 22 years old. She's probably not seeing men in the right kind. She probably don't even know what love is. She's probably been lied to her whole life. She probably doesn't have a father. So she doesn't really know what a real man is.
Yeah, but you see what you're doing.
No, I'm not trying to make an excuse for her. I'm talking about
No. Because again, you're assuming that this woman with 3 kids, and you don't know the circumstances of the 3 kids.
No, 3
you're
kids,
saying
3
she's in she has to be in a certain state of mind to not see the bullshit that homeboy is throwing at her.
No, bro. Look, a woman that had a rough early childhood or whatever, who may have made some decisions, who have made some, had gone through some things and had to learn. Look, there's a thing that I call something like this. Ladies, don't get mad at me, okay?
Guys, they mad.
They ain't mad at me. I can't imagine me arguing. Maybe I'm a bad I don't know. I'm not prosecuting them. That's for damn sure. But I don't.
No, you're offering your opinion about a woman's mental situation after a bad childhood or a bad relationship or something.
I would think that a woman that has 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different dudes by the age of 21 and 22, which it happens quite frequently, I would think that there's something wrong with her in her life. I think she's had some challenges. I think she's been through some abuse. I think that she didn't have the right upbringing. I think there's a lot of things that cause that type of situation. And I think once she grows a little bit, matures a little bit, there's a guy that's still going to be a few frames ahead of her, and he's going to come by like Prince Charming. And he's going to see
why, again, you're assuming that her financial situation is so bad that she'll believe this bullshit from this guy that, he going to take care of your kids and all this.
Well, it's more than
as a reason.
Look, man, it's more than just financial.
Come on, why?
No, it's more than just financial. I think what woman, I mean, let's just be honest.
But that's what you said.
Wait a minute, hold on. We can ask the ladies in the
You said dude lied to her.
He upped himself.
And said he was going to take care of kids, and then he up and leave.
Wait a minute, hold on. He blew big. I ain't say all that. I ain't say he up and left. I said he bullshitted his way into her life. He blew big. He act like he's a family man. He's selling family. He's acting like he's going to be there for her. And when I say take care of the kids, that means like being a father figure to the kids. That don't just mean I'm gonna give him $20 here and there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about being a father figure. What woman on this planet who has children does not want their children to have a father figure in their life? Name one. I don't know.
Wyatt, that's why I keep telling you, bro. You can't sit up here and speak for a woman, especially her emotional state after going through
I'm not trying to speak for a woman.
Situation you said.
I'm not trying to speak for
again,
a woman.
I understand. You've seen things in your life when it comes to women, family, and all that. I get it.
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute, bro.
You got to ask that question to a woman, bro.
Wait a minute. What I'm trying to explain, I don't think some of the things I'm talking right now, I think it's common sense. I think it's common sense that a woman what woman that has kids by herself wouldn't want a really strong, good man to come along and be a husband and a father to their
Why?
kids.
It's a lot of women out there like that.
I beg to differ that. I'm not saying that they have to
generational,
have a man.
bro.
Wait a minute,
generational.
And, wait a minute, hold on, bro.
I'm just telling you, generational.
I think more women come to I think they just come to the point of saying to themselves, he ain't there. I think if he comes around, if he show up, there ain't a woman on this planet that has children who could, if they found Mr. Right and he was a father figure to their children, a provider, a comforter, someone that is comfortable with. What woman wouldn't want a man unless, we talking about a heterosexual man, heterosexual. I'm talking about a regular. I'm not talking about, all the other stuff. See, that's what I'm saying. Deanna said only a stud. That's exactly what a real woman, I don't care how many mistakes or whatever she done been through in life. What woman is not going to want a steady husband who provides and is willing to take care of the children that she had prior to him? What woman wouldn't want that?
Wyatt, they're out there. Okay. I guarantee you, sir.
Okay.
They're out there.
You know what? I would think they're exception to the rule. That woman is going to be an exception to the rule. That ain't no normal.
Well, maybe everything you're saying is the exception to the rule.
Now, Drop. I think every woman.
I'm just telling you, because it could be 4 or 5 cases out of thousands, and they'll blow up 4 bad cases and overlook
y'all have
the other
thing.
good cases.
I'm not trying to.
Yes, and that happens in the Black community all the time, Wyatt.
So
all I'm telling you, sir, things are changing. Okay. The family structure in the Black community is changing. The way young kids are raised is changing. The mind it's just changing. You're watching it in front of your eyes. Okay, so yes, there are women out there who will say, no, yeah, I got 3 kids from 3 different guys. I made some mistakes when I was younger, but I don't need a guy to save me.
Right. And that's because
I'll continue to date, live my life, have fun. I raise my kids. I'm good.
Yeah. And she's saying all of that because she knows she's damaged goods. I'm sorry, ladies. I had to say what I had to say.
See, why? Why you got to say that?
Because I think every woman that has children.
Why a woman got to be damaged because she done had some bad relationships or has some shit happen in her life and she got her shit back together?
Because a man damaged her. You can't tell me that she hasn't been through a lot of shit. Look, here's the difference, bro. A man that got 3 babies by 3 different women has not gone through the same psychological twist that a woman with 3 different men in her life with 3 babies. That's a whole different the psyche, the whole mindset is totally different. Men could have 3 babies by 3 different women, and he is not going through day to day troubled like the woman is. That man is probably never going to marry a woman one day. He's never going to do it. But that same woman with them 3 kids is still trying to find somebody in her life that makes her feel comfortable and makes her feel like a woman and make her feel needed and wanted. Now that I'm sorry, that's my opinion, but that makes more sense.
You old school, bro. No, you are old school.
Okay, if so, in other words, new school is women just don't give a fuck. That's your logic, right?
No, that's you. You decide to use that descriptive word.
But that's what it sounds.
Of course,
like.
if women are having kids, Wyatt, and they're choosing not to have a man involved, just take the financial support. That don't mean they're not going to raise their kid right.
Say that again.
I just said it's women out there, Wyatt, that don't see it the way you see it when it comes to male husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend situation when a kid is involved.
I don't.
It's just different now.
I don't think it's about the woman is not capable of raising a kid. Drop. I'm not saying that. That's not even the point. My point is, I believe that a woman who's been through that type of bro. I think men and women love different. Okay, they love different. And I think it's a lot easier for a man to go out and have 3 kids with 3 different women versus a woman having 3 different kids with 3 different men. I think that there's a different emotional thing going on there. I think that, okay, I think we can break it down like this. Let me ask you a question, Drop. Be fair. I'm sure you'll be fair. You always are. Even though you're wrong, you be fair. I'm just playing, bro. Let me ask you a question. Do you think there's more women out here with multiple baby daddies than there are men that have multiple baby mamas?
Oh, I don't know about that one, bro.
I would say there's more men.
I have no idea.
Okay. My opinion is that there's more men out here with multiple baby mamas than there are women with multiple baby daddies.
Now, why do you say that? You must say that for a reason. Well, I mean, what, you were saying some kind of statistic, or this just the Wyatt gut?
Okay, no, I'm gonna go by how I grew up. Not just my situation.
Different generational again.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's the same shit going on
what
right
year
now.
Did you, okay,
it's the same shit going on right now. I'm gonna make my point. And you can't tell me that. You can say generation, but at a certain point, I think I'm the beginning of the generation where the wheels start falling off and women start having a bunch of babies with different men. But I also have to say that's the same generational time that men start having a whole bunch of babies with different women. I'm telling you, here's what I'm telling you right now. In my particular case, my mother had me. My father had 6 kids. Okay? Out of all of us, my mother, just use my situation, and then I'll give you my friends around me who I grew up with. My mother had me, all right? My father had a kid the same year I was born, 7 months after me. He had 3 or 4 other kids, see what I'm saying, with different women. And then he ended up with his other woman who he ended up being with, and they had 4 kids together. So if you really look at it close to home, my father had multiple babies with multiple different women, but my mother had me. So if I use just me, I'd have to say, well, my father outpaced my mother 5-1. That's just using my situation. I got some buddies that I can't say their name on the screen because y'all know them. They grew up next door to me in Law homes. They daddy wasn't around either. They had brothers and sisters that lived in Avondale, Clifton. They had multiple kids that were their brothers, okay, and sisters. That was from their daddy, not from their mother. So I'm just going about how my partner, everybody that I call family, they daddies wasn't around, but it was just them. But they daddy had them brothers and sisters out there. And that was because the daddy had multiple kids, but the mother.
And that's generational. Hold on, pause. See, that's generational. When I was raised, we moved into the first black neighborhood, right? And that was in like 60, I think it was 67. Every black family on that block was married. Okay? So again, it's the evolution of the black community because of the economic growth. No. That's all generational, Wyatt. That's all I'm saying, bro. Things change.
They do change.
Some people say for the best. Some people say for the worst.
Well, no. Let's put it for what it really is.
Yeah, because as you get older, you can look back and say, "Well, back in my time, I think people, X, Y, and Z was happening."
I think what happens is people and their mindsets evolve. I think that the possibility of it being the same is there. The reason why it's not the same or it's different is because mentalities change. You either evolve or you stay stagnant, or it's all about how you're taught. It's all about the environment that you're around. It's all about what you see around you when you're growing up. It's all about who's influencing you, right?
Exactly.
So I just believe that it's an unjust for us to say, for you to say, that it's the woman's fault that
no, I didn't say fault.
What did
I
you
said
say?
In every situation, when you talk about relationship, women have the ultimate power. Period. Point blank. No discussion.
I agree with that.
You can't argue it.
I agree with that. I never disagreed with that. But I think it's very unfair if someone is bamboozled, fooled, or tricked into
unfair
into a situation. And then you say they had the woman had the ultimate decision. She had the ultimate decision, and she could have said no. Okay.
Exactly.
But that's not fair.
Because again, Wyatt,
it's not fair.
How you use that power is what matters. And that's why I said you don't want to bash black women, because maybe for whatever reason, they misuse that power. Some women don't even use or don't even know that they have that power. But we all know ultimately in this society, when it comes to relationships, women have the ultimate power, especially if there's a child involved. So that's it. It's almost 2:00, bro. Woo!
Yeah, I gotta go, bro.
It's good to be retired, but I'm gonna let you go, bro. But I'm telling you, man, you should invite one of the ladies from the Wyatt Live family to talk about what you talk about, because really, Wyatt, it's the decisions that black women make or have made in our history.
Hold on, let me
the black family, if you think about it, Wyatt, it hasn't been around that long.
Let me clear up something real fast. Jericho Vaughn said it's just as unfair to call any person damaged goods. I don't call them damaged goods. I'm talking about the man who's looking at a woman who has 4 kids by 4 different men. He's looking at her as being damaged goods. He has no intentions of being with her. But
he just want to smash.
Right. But Jericho, what I was saying is his mindset is she's damaged goods. I'm not going to be with her. And he's going to say some things. He's going to lie to her. There's no way in hell he's going to approach that woman and say to her and tell her the truth. Look, you got 4 kids, 4 different dudes. I just want to hit. I just want to smash. I just want to have sex. He's not going to do that.
The kids ain't going to come up, Wyatt. Come on, bro. You tripping.
Okay. I'm tripping.
If you in a bar,
I'm tripping,
or a club,
I ain't never.
A woman ain't gonna say, "Hi, I'm Judy. I got 5 kids at home."
Yeah, they do.
Come on, why? It's the sexual attraction.
See
it's the sexual attraction.
No,
if she ready to smash and he ready to smash, and they meet,
I don't know where you hang.
Some smashing gonna go on.
I don't know where you hang, but most.
Bro, that's universal. That's time and forever.
Let me just say this to you.
Attraction.
Let me just say
whether
this.
It's transactional or not.
Let me say this.
It's the attraction.
Maybe I'm out of touch. I'll give you that.
You are. You sounded like it.
Because basically what you're saying to me is this. The way I hear what you're saying is the reason why a woman has 4 kids with 4 different dudes is because she does one night stands. That's her thing. Is that how you think? It's
possible. It's a lot of situations why women have 3 and 4 different kids and baby daddies. Why? You know it and I know it.
I know, but I would have to argue on the side of she's had maybe not a very long relationship with some of these guys, but I believe that there's been a relationship with those guys that she had a baby by. Maybe one of them was a one night stand. Maybe that's a strong possibility that 2 or 3 of them, it could be. But I'm saying to you that, and I'm just saying this to Jerica to clear it up. The reason why I said that she's damaged goods is because that's how the man is already looking at her. He has no intent of being with a woman that has 4 kids with 4 different men. He's going to stand there and lie to her. And I'm going to say this to you, Drop. When you see a woman at a nightclub or at a bar or something, I don't care what your small talk is or whatever. Chances are, before you leave that club that night or that bar that night, you know how many kids that girl got. It ain't a man that don't ask a woman, you got kids? How many kids you got? That's just casual conversation. It don't mean
not if they try this. Well, okay, wow.
Yes, bro. That's just
whatever, bro.
Bro, that is okay. Well, let me ask you something, brother. What is small talk to you when you pulling up on a woman? I mean, if you at a place, and I ain't talking about a place where you trying to make a transactional booty call and shit.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about if you're at a nightclub or at a bar or something, and you see a woman and you're small talking with her, you don't ask her. Like, none of your small talk is about, well, do you have kids? I mean, you know.
No, my small talk is to see what the vibe is, look at her body language. Is she making eye contact? Is she focused on me? And bro, the kids ain't coming up.
Okay.
All right. Maybe if it's good and things work out, that might come up later.
Well,
but not that first thing. No, hell no. Just like a man, I wouldn't mention to her that I got 3 baby mamas. Why? When my goal and intention, when I went to the club that night and I saw her fine ass over there, I'm ready to smash. Let's see what's cracking.
Well, all I'm saying to you, brother, is when you're having a good vibing conversation with someone and,
the kids ain't coming up.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Wait a minute, hold on. Maybe
not because, that first time talking. Nope.
Maybe because we in 2 different settings. Maybe you in a smash bar. Maybe I'm in a place where I'm looking for a woman that I can have a
See, that's the difference. See, exactly. That's what you.
I don't want a woman. I'm not.
You keep trying to act like both don't occur.
Well, I know they do. And maybe that's why my question,
that's your issue.
Maybe my question was blurred a little bit because maybe it's our personality.
And a woman ain't gotta be in no emotional state or have trauma in her life.
Hey, who is
all
Gino?
That shit is irrelevant.
Nobody ever told me who
if
Gino.
She out in public in a social gathering, she's out there for a reason. And if she meets a man, again, the ultimate power, she can either open the door or close it.
Right, I understand that. I think
that's it.
I just think that you definitely.
That's why you should talk to a woman.
I just think that you probably would it's all about the decisions of where we meet our women. Okay, I think that certain women would probably be met in certain places, and you expect certain things from certain places and certain women. And is that it, Dina? I didn't know that. Gino is twin.
Gino is who?
Gino is twin. I didn't know that.
Damn, now you got all these trolls in here.
Now I know why those damn comments. Okay.
Yeah, right. But you know what, Wyatt? Again, like I said, we evolve as a society and we evolve as a Black community, right? Because we're looked at as a monolith. But we all know all Black people ain't all the same. But we do have the one thing in common, being Black in America. So there's certain things that's going to pretty much apply as far as experience, depending on your age. But if you have a person that was born in 1960, person that was born in 1970, person that was born in 1980 and then 1990, things are just different. It's just, it's just going to evolve. We're not going to be the same. We've never been the same.
I'm not suggesting.
But as far as the family structure, Wyatt, 60s, it was just getting solid. Because think about it, with the slave thing, we weren't families, you know what I'm saying? So that really didn't start until after Reconstruction in the late 1800s, whatever, where the families were planting root. Mm-hmm. So it hasn't been that long. And then when the 60s came, it began the decline to where it is now.
I got you.
Hopefully it'll change, and Black people will want to rebuild the Black family and all that stuff, because again, Black people spread all over the place.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. I agree with you on all of that right there. All right, Drop. I got to get out of here.
All right, Wyatt. Peace out, bro. Thanks for the second show.
All right, bro. I appreciate you. Later. That was Drop Squad Part 2, LA, from Los Angeles. Look, I seen comments. I think Jerica said something. I'm going to put it in a nutshell. She said something like, it's crazy that 250 plus year olds are talking about dating out here. I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking, maybe what I'm talking about is like, Drop is going to a different spot than me. I've never really went, even when I was in the dating scene, I wasn't at the booty call clubs. I wasn't at places where, I knew this is why I ain't nobody's baby daddy. This is why I always was looking for a certain caliber woman. And that's probably why I ended up landing what I landed. Because when you look for certain things, you might end up getting it. And it might come with a whole lot of other baggage and a whole lot of other stuff. I'm just not the caliber of a man that look for women in certain places. There's certain things that I can tell about a woman that I know her and I are not going to get along. I'm not into certain things. I'm not into certain things that she like to do. If we're having conversations, and this is based on experiences. This is when I was younger. There would be girls in the club or wherever the night places were or whatever. She could be as cute as hell. I mean, as cute as fine as whatever. If the conversation is getting some weed and some grippos and shit like that, I'm not dealing with that. That's not what I'm looking for. That's out the gate. The conversation is wrong. It's just it's not fitting what I'm looking for. And maybe it's all about, what you want in life at that time. Maybe if all you want to do is sex up girls and this and this and that, there's consequences for living that type of lifestyle too. They call baby daddies. I just never was one of the guys that was out there collecting bodies. I just never really did that. And the reason why, I understood the consequences. I understood that mistakes happen. I'm not going to intentionally impregnate women, but there was a likelihood that a mistake could happen. I just avoided the mistake. Call me whatever you want to call me. Mr. Good Bar, all that old shit. I didn't heard it all. But keep in mind, you're talking to a man now who had been frames ahead of his friends. These are the same friends back when we were 14 and 15 years old. They was pushing baby carriages on the weekend. 14 and 15 years old, pushing baby carriages through law homes and Lincoln courts and asking me, when am I going to have a shorty? I ain't trying to have no shorties, and I ain't trying to be with no women or no little girls or no teenage girls where I'm about to have me a shorty. Nope. I'll pass on that. Now, if you look back on, you can say whatever you want to say. If you look back on how the living is different, avoiding child support, avoiding baby mamas and the drama that come with all that old shit, avoiding the court system, avoiding all the shit that come along with those bad decisions, who you think lived a better life? Stress-free. Who you think lived a better life of not dealing with baby mamas, not dealing with court systems? Who you think never had to deal with that shit? I remember dudes would come into my 14, 15-year-old friends would have their baby carriages, and they got on Jordan. The boy had on Jordans, and then he get his son some Jordans, and they have a Jordan hat, And they have matching outfits on and they 14, 15 years old. He's 14 and 15 years old. And you got the nerve, the audacity to ask me when I'm going to have a shorty. You don't even take care of you. How you going to take care of a child? And I'm going to say this one, Donna, you know who I'm talking about. It's not the close one to you, but he close to you and I. Same one asked me when I'm going to have a shorty who was pushing his kid, his daughter, through Laura Holmes in a carriage or a little car. Same one that was doing that and who was making fun of me like, damn, bro, what's wrong with you? Why you ain't got no kid? Come to find out 18, 19 years later, he didn't pay child support. He didn't did all this old shit. And the child wasn't even his. He didn't went to child support court. He didn't been through all the bullshit with the baby mama and all this old goofy ass shit, the arguing and the fighting and the making people think that you the bag, all this old shit that come along with the baby mama and all this old shit, toxic stuff. He didn't been through all that in 18, 19 years and come to find out they do a blood test and that's not even his child. Fuck out of here. Yeah. Who you think lived a better life? It's all about decisions. Y'all better be glad. Donna, you know who I'm talking about. You just don't know who I'm talking about here on the... Took care of that baby all them years, court and all this old goofy ass stuff. And that baby ain't even his. How many of my friends had kids that some of them wasn't taking care of them anyway, but some of them had babies by these girls. And come to find out, it wasn't his. One of my loves of my life. Y'all know she died. She died. She was murdered in Walnut Hills in an abandoned building. She was from Tennessee. Y'all know her. I told you about her. We were teenagers when I met her. No physical, none of that. We were teenagers. I'm be honest with you. I wasn't, like that. We were 14, 15 years old, but my friends was having babies. But now let me explain something to you. Here she got 4 kids. She got 4 kids by dudes out in English Woods. He in barber school. Now my partner was a barber. He can cut hair, so he was in barber school. We was in barber school. They were in barber school, but they allow you to come over and get haircuts at like $5. While they practice on you. So I would go over to support my dude. He was already cutting my hair, but now he's in school, so I'm going over to the barber school. Let him get his practice on, and they get their credits, their hours in. So I'll go over and let him get my hair, get me touched up or whatever. And one of the dudes from Woods, English Woods, come through the door. Them barber schools be kind of fun. It'd be people they be kicking it and having fun. Dude walk into the barber school with a folder coming from court. I told y'all, I knew it. Told y'all them wasn't my kids. This dude happy as hell. He happy as hell that 2 of them kids by that girl ain't his. Them kids was 16 years old, 15 years old already. Crazy. And I didn't know that the girl that they talking about in the barber school, it's like being in the barbershop. I didn't know that girl was, before I left Cincinnati and moved off, I didn't know it was the girl that I loved at 13, 14 years old. I didn't know that's who they was talking about until the end of the conversation when I found out, who those babies wasn't by. I tell you. They better be glad I ain't God. It's a mean world out here, bro. It's a mean world out here. Folks, it's past 5 o'clock. I got to get out of here. It's my time to go. I've been here for 3 hours at plus, and I got to get out of here. I got things to do. I have to return a couple calls that I missed while I was doing the show on the air. And I guess I'll see you guys right here tomorrow, same time, same place, right here on Wyatt Live. Peace and love to you all, to some of y'all. Holla later.
don't have the strength to give you what you deserve. You took my energy, my love, and left me hurt. If I could, I'd pay you back, and that's my word. Yeah, that's my word. Yeah, that's my word. Vengeance ain't mine, but sometimes I wish it were. I'm tired of just sitting back, letting it burn. I'm supposed to let karma do its thing and get you first, but it's the worst. I want you to hurt. Be glad that I'm not God. Oh, God, yeah. Ooh, God, yeah. God, he pardons, he lets go, and I hold on to all the times you lied. Remember how you made me cry. Now you want me to put it all aside. I know God would want me to forgive, but it's hard to live and live when you took too much away from me. For you to go free, be glad that I'm not grateful I'm not. Thank your lucky stars I'm not. Oh, be glad I'm not God. Be glad that 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 I'm not God. Be